May I have your attention, please? All rise. Lawrence County Municipal Court is now in session. The Honorable Donald R. Campbell presiding. All those having business before the court draw near and you shall be heard. God bless the great state of Ohio and this honorable court. You may be seated.
Good morning. Welcome to Lawrence County Municipal Court. Today is May 31st. We have reviews to do first, so people for review here need to be in the courtroom. Come up to the table to your right when your name is called. If you don't get called, think you should have been, go check in with the clerk.
David Abrams, Alexis Kane, Leroy Campbell, Justin Casey, Ty Grantham, Ryan Johnson.
All right, Mr. Abrams has some documents he wants to give you. It's case number 20-2197. Looks like it's a report from OVP. Mayor. Okay. Says he's compliant. All right. You've got, you've done most of your community service. You got a 4-hour balance, is that right? Or?
Yeah, I've done some, but I didn't bring the paper in,
Okay.
so I gotta bring it in.
Bring it in, turn that in. Do you have any payment on your funds today?
Yes, sir.
Okay, how much are you paying on that?
40.
Okay, you see the clerk about making that payment, and I'll give you another review hearing date. Go into July now. July the 8th. Does it matter if it's Mondays or Fridays, sir?
Huh?
Does it matter if it's on a Monday or a Friday?
No.
Okay, July the 8th will be the next thing. That's a Monday.
Okay.
July
Thanks,
the
sir.
8th, so next year, 9 o'clock. Alexis Kane, 23502. She's at Bethesda. You have a report?
Ma'am,
Yes. Thank you.
Your Honor, Ms. King has also done some community service at Dog Pound. I'm just waiting on verification so I can turn it in to Josh.
Okay, thank you. Okay, sounds like there's progress being made, there's still work to be done. So, all right. You have made some payments, but it's been a while. Do you have a payment on your funds today?
We'll try to get her in to work some community service so she can work that off.
Okay. I'll set her for July 12th. That's a Friday, July 12th, 9 o'clock.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Okay, keep working on it, man. Leroy Campbell is here.
Now, pressure.
Yes. His case numbers are 10-627, 12-2259, 12-3025. He's at RRS. Good. Working, participating in that. Good screens. Good job, sir.
Thank you.
Have you made a payment on your funds today?
I have a payment, but I made a payment last week also.
Okay.
And I have $40 today, sir.
All right, very good. Good job. See the clerk to make your payment. With your work schedule now, does it matter if it's Mondays or
No, it
Fridays?
doesn't matter. They understand it's.
Okay. July 15th. That's a Monday. July 15th at
Thank you.
9 o'clock.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Keep up the good work.
Thank you.
Justin Casey, 22-2460.
Mr. Casey did not check in, Your Honor.
Thank you. And he hasn't finished his case. He still owes some community service and fines. He hasn't appeared, so there'll be a warrant issued for failure to appear. Ty Grantham, 23-1258. Also an OVI case, he's done nothing on his case at all. He did not check in, he's not here. Be a bench warrant for failure to appear. Ryan Johnson, TRC 23-317, also an OVI. He's done quite a bit of community service, but he hasn't finished it and he hasn't paid off his fine. So he hasn't appeared, will be a warrant issued for failure to appear. All right. It's Judge Bauer, so I'll be right back.
Amber Mills.
Lawrence County Municipal Court's now back in session.
Okay, sorry, please see. It was a call I had to take.
Tyler M. Kemper Jr., Amber Mills, David L. Mills, Joshua Murrah, Ben Smith, Sarah Woods.
Your Honor, I made Ms. Mills is still in the drink screen.
Okay. We'll call her back after that's completed. So Andy Mills will be recalled later. Tyler Kemper Jr. Tyler Kemper Jr. CRB 23630 is not here. Did not check in. We'll see if, where's Taylor?
Your Honor, he was discharged from Bethesda.
Okay, let's recall that, because I think he may have been at Bethesda at some point. Okay, was he was at Mended Reeds, but I think also Bethesda's on here, so I'm not sure where he went. Do you have any information on Tyler Kemper about being at Mended Reeds?
I believe we have him. I did not, it's been a very hectic week, Your Honor, I do
Didn't know he was
apologize.
on the docket?
I did not know that he was on the docket.
Okay, can we get a reporter on?
I can absolutely get you one if you give me just a moment.
Yeah, we'll recall him later then after you get to the report. David Mills, 23758.
Now, pressure on him.
Yes. All right, Mr. Mills, get a report from RRS. Okay, looks like there's been some issues though, Mr. Mills. You had negative screens, so that's good. You're participating in some of the groups, but it says that there was a problem with the staff and other residents. Tell me about that.
Well, there's staff, like, yeah, they was over last weekend, she smart mouthed me, so I gave it right back to her. Like, I mean, if that's in my report, like, I'm asking it, can I go back to Southern Hope? Like, that's where I wanted to go in the first place. They already told me they had a bed.
I want you to say where you are.
But, yeah, I mean, like, I guess I handled it wrong. I should have wrote a grievance instead of giving it back to her.
Okay, was this a staff member or
Staff.
okay. But you can do this, you can keep it under wraps? And
Yes,
do
sir.
what you're supposed to?
Yes, sir.
Okay. 'Cause it looks like other than that, you've done pretty well. You got a full-time job now,
Yeah. Well, yeah, I'm starting a new one Monday for,
construction company?
yeah.
Okay. Well, let's keep going, you know. Keep going the direction you're going with the job and doing what you're supposed to, negative screens. And when you think about going off on somebody, let's just walk away and not,
Yeah.
do that, okay? All right, I'll see you back on July the 5th.
Okay.
That's a Friday. Is it gonna matter with do you know what your schedule's gonna be?
No, it's fine. I'll take it.
July 5th, 9 o'clock. Okay, keep working at it.
Yeah, thank you.
Joshua Buell, 17169. And he's also at RRS, yes.
Yes, sir.
Okay, good report. And you've got a job also, and looks like things are going pretty good.
Yeah, I got $30 to pay on my fine today. I tried to pay it before I came in here, but she said just do it after court.
Okay, I'll put you down for 30 that you're gonna pay when you leave the courtroom, go to the clerk's office, and I'll set you for July 5th also.
All right.
July 5th, 9 o'clock.
Thanks, sir.
Thank you. Good job.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Yeah, thank you.
Ben Smith, 23662.
May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes. Is that Bethesda?
Mr. Smith also has community service that I'm still verifying with the dog pound. We're just waiting on confirmation.
And you're working also, it looks like.
Yes, sir.
Good job.
Thank you.
Yeah, you got a few more hours of community service too, and you got your fines.
Yeah, I got 3 days at the dog pound that they can't boss my paperwork somehow. She's trying to get it fixed for me,
Okay,
but
get that filed with the court. Give you credit for it.
I appreciate it.
And I'll set you for July 12th.
All right, thank you.
Write that down. July 12th is your next hearing, 9 o'clock.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Good job.
Thank you.
Sarah Woods.
Permission to
Pressure
approach,
on
Your Honor.
teleconference.
Can you hear me?
Yes, I can.
Permission to approach.
Yes. We got a report from Minda Reeves. It's a good report. It says maintaining consistency, meeting your programming and requirements, and you're saving up for more independence in terms of your living arrangements.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
Stone, you still owe, on both cases, you owe 30 hours of community service, you have some fines to pay.
Yes. Could I ask a question?
Yes, ma'am?
Okay, in 2023, I was in the Lawrence County Jail for about a month. I was just wondering if that would have counted towards like both cases, because I think it was like 18 days.
Why were you in jail? Wasn't that a case out of common police court?
What is it?
You had a case in common police court, wasn't that? That's why you were in jail?
Yes, and then I had to stay over because I had to see you.
Okay, I would give you credit if you were in jail on these cases, but you were in jail on other cases from another court, so I'm not gonna give you credit on that.
Okay.
All right, your next hearing will be July 12th at 9 a.m.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome. All right, Amber Mills is 23,621, 23,556. She took a urine screening today, tested positive for alcohol, which I think is not surprising because I got a report. There was an incident last night where you showed up at somewhere under the influence. So that's why I asked for you to be screened today. What's being recommended?
She graduated yesterday and was going to do an outpatient recommendation. Now is to return to sober living.
Okay. You willing to do that?
I guess.
It's what you need. I mean,
I didn't show up anywhere last night. My car broke down, and my car's in Huntington, so.
well, you tested positive for alcohol this morning, right? So we just need to keep working on this issue. So I want to see you back in a couple weeks. I'm ordering you back into sober living with Bethesda. And let's see when your next date will be. We'll set your review hearing for June 17th.
Your Honor, I have a report to add to her file. May I approach?
Yes. And it probably doesn't include what happened last night. It does, okay, all right, thank you. All right, well, let's, sometimes it's 2 steps forward and 1 step back. Don't give up. You put in a lot of work before. We need just to keep working. But, you know, I've seen you over the years, and I know alcohol's been a problem for you, and it's something we got to acknowledge.
Well, I do have plans. I don't know if I need to tell you this weekend, take my son out of town to Columbus. I'm taking him to the zoo and to the water park.
Is that agreeable, or?
We'll accommodate.
Okay.
That would be great. Yeah, because I've already told him that we were going.
All right. We'll make it work. Well, let's get a good report when you come back June 17th. We'll see you then.
Thank you.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Okay, that finishes the review. So next are the arraignments. And that, what arraignment is what the first hearing is called in a criminal case. The purpose of an arraignment is to tell you what the charges are. It may not be true. You don't have to agree that they're true, but you need to understand what the prosecutor files. I don't file the charges. That's the prosecutor's job. They file the charges against you, and I'm going to tell you what they're alleging so you understand what you're facing. And I'll tell you the possible penalties. You don't have to say anything. You have a right to remain silent. If you do say things, what you say is all on the record. So if you get up and admit, and I have people do that, get up and admit right at first words out of their mouth in some way that they did, the prosecutor can use that against you. You don't have to do that. You have a right to talk to a lawyer. You have a right to have a lawyer appointed if you can't afford one. You have a right to bail. And you have a right to make the state prove any charge against you beyond a reasonable doubt. If you enter a guilty plea or a no contest plea, you're waiving some or all of those rights by entering that plea. If you don't understand the proceedings, if you want to talk to a lawyer, if you want to have a trial on your case, any of those reasons, you should enter a not guilty plea, not guilty or no contest. Not guilty is the safest plea you can enter. It preserves the rights you have, and you can always change your plea later if you want to. So don't enter a guilty plea because you want to get it over with. That's not a good reason. Call the first case.
State of Ohio versus Ryan J. Chapman. Case number TRC 24-1188 A and B.
And sir, are you Ryan Jennings Chapman?
Yes.
Mr. Chapman, it's alleged that on May 27th at 11:56 p.m. in Fayette Township, you were driving a vehicle while you were under the influence of alcohol. And the state's alleging that you took a breath test and tested 127, we'll drop that last number and just say 12. This makes it easier to understand. A breath test score of 12. Under Ohio law, if you take a breath test and test 8, and, this is an important and the state followed the rules for giving the test, then there's a presumption that you're impaired when you test 8 or higher. They're saying you tested 12, or over, a little bit over 12. This is alleged to be your first time you've been charged with this offense. On a first offense, the maximum penalty that the court can impose is 6 months in jail, $1,075 fine, and a 3-year license suspension. That's the most I can give you if you're found guilty. There is a minimum, which means the least I can give you if you're found guilty is 3 days in a treatment program, $375 fine, and a 6-month license suspension. So do you understand the things I explained to you about the operating a vehicle is what it's called now? Do you understand that charge?
Yes, Your Honor.
Then you've got a speeding charge also. The state's alleging you were driving 75 miles an hour in a 55 mile an hour zone. That's not jailable. The most you can receive for that is a $150 fine. So those are the 2 charges. Do you understand them?
Yes, sir.
Do you understand the rights I explained defendants have?
Yes.
Do you have any questions before you enter a plea?
Is there any chance of getting, like, work privileges to drive to work?
Yes.
How do I go about doing all that?
Well, we can talk about that after the plea if you're not.
Okay.
Yes, there is a possibility of getting work privileges, and I can explain it to you if you are convicted.
Okay.
So what plea do you want to enter to this charge?
I plead guilty.
Guilty means you're admitting that the charges are true, and by doing that, you waive the right to have a lawyer and to have a trial on your case. Do you understand that?
Yes, sir.
Okay, I'm going to accept your guilty plea. What I'm going to do now, and I'll address your question about driving privileges later as we talk, but in terms of sentencing, I'm going to read the report from the officer into the record. And then if you want to make a statement, you can. You don't have to, but you can make a statement if you wish. This is Trooper Barnett from the State Highway Patrol wrote this report to the court. And Trooper Barnett says, on May 27th, I was on patrol US 52 going eastbound near milepost 21. I observed a silver 4-door sedan with purple arbitrary lights traveling at a high rate of speed, going westbound in the left lane. I checked the speed with a state-issued radar at 76 miles an hour. I contacted Trooper Beam over the radio, notified him that the vehicle was traveling his way. At approximately 11:56, Trooper Beam made a traffic stop at Valley Drive under County Road 1. Beam contacted me over the radio, asked if I could come his way. I arrived at the scene at approximately 12:12 a.m. Made contact with Trooper Beam. He observed indications of impairment and asked me to perform standard field sobriety tests. I made contact with the driver, who was identified as Ron Chapman, observed that he had bloodshot eyes, and I could detect an odor of alcohol coming from his breath. I asked him how much he'd had to drink that night. He stated he consumed 3 Monster Beast seltzers and had been smoking a THC vape pen. I had him walk to the passenger side of Trooper Beam's patrol car and gave him horizontal gaze in the nystagmus test. That's the eye test for alcohol quotes. I observed his pupils were dilated, slow to react to light, and there were 4 out of 6 clues available for alcohol. repositioned the patrol car so we could record the one-leg stand walk and turn test, put him in the starting position, walk and turn, and demonstrated that he stated that he did understand. He had his arms raised during the entirety of the test. He performed the test incorrectly. There was 2 clues for impairment. Gave him the one-leg stand test. He said he understood it. He had his arms raised for balance. There was 4 clues for impairment. He was offered a portable breath test, and he did agree to take it and tested 11 on the portable breath test for alcohol. He was placed under arrest and taken to the patrol post and agreed to give a breath sample there, and it showed a test score very close to the portable breath test, but it was 0.12, so very similar. He was issued a citation for speed and OBI, and he was released to his mother at his residence. Okay, anything you want to say, Mr. Chapman, about this?
There's not much to say, sir. There's no excuse for it.
And I take it, do you work? What do you do?
Yes, I have a full-time job.
What do you do?
I'm a motorcycle mechanic.
Where do you work?
Ashland Cycle Center.
Okay. And it looks like you did have proof of insurance, so that's good. Well, there's 2 options now. This is a fairly recent change in the law in Ohio. Used to, I couldn't give you full driving privilege, but I can actually give you full driving privileges. But to get that, you have to place on your vehicle a blow-and-go device. And then
My
you can
car's
drive
so
wherever
old.
you want, but you have to pay the fee. It doesn't come to the court, but there's going to be a fee for placing it on, and then the company that provides that service, you have to pay them their charges for that. I can give you limited driving privileges without you having to place the blow-and-go device on your vehicle, and that usually would be, I would give you the privilege to drive to and from work, to come to community service, which I'm going to urge you do, and if there's other special things that you need, you can ask me for that, but those are there's going to be community service, I'll allow you to drive for the community service. You would just have this order from me saying you can drive for those reasons. If you get pulled over, then you're going to have to show that you were driving for permitted reasons.
I have one more question.
Yes, sir.
My girlfriend is here with me today. She does not have a driver's license, and she relies on me to pick her up from work every evening. I was also wanting to ask if that would be...
Where does she work?
Speedway in Burlington.
What's her name?
Rachel Spurlock.
Okay, any other requests?
That's all, sir.
So I take it from what you're telling me, you just want the limited driving privileges. You don't want to place the device on your vehicle.
If you saw my car...
$1,200 if you want to place the device on your vehicle.
How long is the suspension?
6 months.
Limited's fine, 6 months.
Okay. Anything else you want to tell me?
That's all, sir.
Okay. I'm going to, it's not extremely high test score, but it's not close to the first A level either. So I'm going to give you a $500 fine. Kind of my thing is the higher you test, the higher I make the fine. So I'm going to give you a $500 fine based on your test score, or you pay the court costs. 6-month license suspension, and that started the day of your incident, so May 27th, it started from then. I'm going to sentence you to 20 days in jail, but I'm going to suspend all of it on the condition that you do the other things I'm going to require you to do. One is 5 days of community service. So we have a community service program here at the court. We work 6 days a week. You can come here Monday through Saturday at 7:30 and do community service.
In the evening or morning?
In the morning, 7:30 a.m. Report here. Now we have available for people who can't work Monday through Saturday. You can go to the dog pound in Ironton and work on Sundays, but we have to schedule that in advance. You can't just show up there. But if you want to work Sundays, we can set it up. We got to make an appointment for you to do that. So there's no excuse for not getting community service done. So you got 5 days of community service to do. You have to go to the driver intervention program, or I got to put you in jail. So that's the 3-day treatment program I told you about is the minimum requirement. We have one now that's starting tomorrow, actually. It's going to be the first day it's officially open. And I think we have a representative here from that program, so I want you to talk to them before you leave today. You can go to any, you don't have to go to the one here that's closest, but you can go to any approved program in the state of Ohio. But you got to get proof back to the court that you have completed it in order to avoid the jail time.
Okay.
I'm going to give him driving privileges. I'll allow him to drive to and from work and to transport Rachel Spurlock to and from work. I'll allow him to drive to community service. I'll allow him to drive to the driver intervention program. And that should be, that's all the things that you should.
Level 4 or 5?
Level 4, let's make it level 4. Probation. I'm putting you on probation for 2 years. That's just to ensure that you do the things you're ordered to do. Once you finish, your probation will be terminated. I'm going to set you for a review hearing. If you were here at the beginning of court, you saw people that were showing up for review hearings.
Yes.
So that's just the way that I check to see if people do what they're ordered to do. So if you complete everything that you're ordered to do before November 27th, that's a long, I'm giving you a long time to get it done.
Yeah.
If you get it all done before then, you don't even have to come to the review hearing, because the review hearing is for the purpose of making sure you do what you're supposed to. Just confirm with your probation officer that you're done. You don't have to show up. If you got stuff left to do, you got to show up, explain why you're not finished, and if you don't show up and you got stuff left to do, you get a warrant for not appearing. So I don't want you to go to jail. The only way you're going to go to jail is if you don't do these things that I've ordered you to do. Then you could wind up in jail because you didn't complete, and especially if you don't show up for your review, you're going to automatically get a warrant. And then, you know, it happens. People blow it off, they get a warrant, and then they're, you know, when they get stopped for having expired registration, guess what? They're not getting a ticket. They're going to the jailhouse. And they kind of act surprised. But everybody should know, if you miss court, don't do what you're supposed to, you're getting a warrant, and you're going to go to jail when you have police contact. Okay, then on your speeding offense, I'm going to impose a $100 fine on that. That was pretty fast, especially when you've been drinking.
Yeah.
You're a young guy, so learn from this. How old are you?
21.
21. You're really young, really young. So this is not a good thing to have on your record. You know, just learn from it, go on, don't have any of this anymore, and you'll be fine. Have a great life. It won't hold you back from doing anything. But I see a lot of people making the same mistakes over and over. Don't be one of those people. And use your brain a little bit. You know, you've been drinking a little bit, and you're busting down 52 at almost midnight at 75 miles an hour. Not smart. Is that smart?
No, sir.
It's not. Because what's 52 known for?
Stadies.
You know, there's a lot of them out there. You know, and you've been drinking a little bit, and you're going 20 miles over the speed limit. You think you're, you know, there is kryptonite, Superman. There is things that will bite you. You got to think of it. You got to use your brain, man. Use your brain to think, what could go wrong in this situation? It's almost midnight. They're looking for drunks. I've been drinking, and now I'm driving 20 miles an hour over the speed limit. Okay? Adjust your behavior.
Sir.
Okay. You're going to meet with Mr. Cooper. He's over community service. Mr. Major, who's the probation officer, is on vacation, so you're not going to meet with him, but Mr. Cooper can fill you in on what you need to do. When you go out in the lobby, make a left turn, he'll be over in that office that's on that side. The clerk's office to the right, probation's to the left. Go meet with him, get your paperwork, and then you're free to go. Do you have any questions of me?
When was the referral date?
November 27th. You can write it down. He's going to give you a piece of paper that'll have the date on it too. So,
Oh, he will?
yeah, November 27th at 9 a.m. is your review hearing date. Any
All right.
questions?
No, sir.
Okay, that's all.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
State of Ohio versus Robert M. Tackett, case number CRB 24193.
Okay, and Robert Tackett, I've got, this is Mr. Delauder is going to be representing Mr. Tackett. He's entered a written not guilty plea, waives any defects in service. So I enter a not guilty plea for him, show Mr. Delauder as counsel for the defendant. He asked for a pretrial to be scheduled for June 24th, which I will accommodate. So the next hearing will be June 24th at 10 a.m. And we'll have bond executed at that time. So June 24th will be the next hearing, 10 o'clock. Good morning. You are here today. Hannah, right?
State of Ohio versus Michael L. Skinner, case number TRD 241151, A, B, and C.
Told you it would be packed, and it is.
Michael Skinner. Michael Skinner.
Michael Skinner was cited to be here today at 9 a.m. It's well after that. He's not appeared, so he gets a capias for his arrest to the OSP, who's the citing agency.
State of Ohio versus Austin Browning, case number PRC 241150, A and B.
Sir, are you Austin Browning?
Yes, sir.
Mr. Browning, it's alleged that on May 25th at 1:18 a.m. in Union Township, you were driving under the influence of alcohol and took a breath test and tested 172 on the breath test. It's alleged to be your first offense under the OBI statute. So on a first offense, yours is a little different than the previous gentleman. There's some similarities, but listen carefully, because your maximum penalty is different, or minimum penalty is different. The maximum is the same. The maximum penalty is 6 months in jail, $1,075 fine, and a 3-year license suspension. But because the state is alleged you tested 172, that's considered a high test under, or it could be considered a high test under Ohio law. The minimum penalty for a high test, even on a first offense, is 3 days in jail and 3 days in a treatment program. So that 3 days in jail comes in for a test for above 170. The minimum license suspension is 6 months, and the minimum fine is $375. Do you understand the charge and the possible penalty?
Yes, sir.
You're also charged with failure to control your vehicle. That's a minor misdemeanor, maximum penalty, $150 fine. So those are the two charges. Do you understand them?
Yes, sir.
Do you understand your rights?
Yes, sir.
Any questions before entering a plea?
No, sir.
What plea do you wish to enter?
I'm guilty.
A guilty plea is a complete admission the charge is true. I'm just going to tell you, in this case, with your test score, I've got to give you jail. It might be a good idea to talk to a lawyer.
Your Honor, I'd be okay with looking at the file also to determine whether we would seek.
Well, let's let this lawyer look at the file and see what he would recommend.
Okay.
You may not even have to have a defense lawyer. He scored 172.
Well, that's one of the reasons I want.
This is Mr. Heel. He's the prosecuting attorney. prosecutors looked your file over. You're very close to your 100,000s over. It's 170 under state law of Ohio, consider a high test. So the prosecutor is saying if you will enter a guilty plea, they're willing to treat it as within the margin of error, I guess we would say, because every member well, for me it's way high. You, it's not that long ago. But was it 8th grade or 9th grade when you have physical science? Every measuring device has a margin of error. So your score could be within the margin of error for the machine, and therefore you might technically be below 170. But you don't really need to understand that. But what you need to understand is the prosecutor says if you enter a guilty plea, they won't insist on you going to jail. That's the main thing you need to know. Okay. So, do you have any questions about that?
Yes, sir.
So what plea do you wish to enter?
Did you say if I plead guilty, I have...
They're not going to ask for jail because you're so close to the edge of what is required for jail.
Okay, I plead guilty.
All right. I'll accept your guilty plea. I was going to say you get a lawyer because they might do that anyway, and they agreed to do it without you getting a lawyer. So let me read into the record, and there was a crash report here. So let me read into the record what the trooper put in the crash report. Okay, here it is. This is Trooper White from the OSP. It says, on May 25th, I was dispatched to a single vehicle crash on County Road 59. When I arrived on the scene, I observed a vehicle on its side in a ditch. I located the driver and his father's vehicle. I had him get out and talk to him. First thing I noticed was his eyes were bloodshot and glassy. He was unsteady on his feet. I could smell a strong odor of alcohol coming from his person. Asked him what happened, and he stated he swerved to avoid a deer in the road, lost control. Asked him what time the crash occurred, and he said it was about a half hour before he got there. He stated that after the crash, he went to a house nearby to use the phone, went back to his own home for a few minutes to get his dad, asked his dad to drove him back to the scene. Asked him how much he'd had to drink that night. He said he'd had 2 tall boys at a friend's house. He was in front of, I asked him to come in front of the cruiser, horizontal gaze in nystagmus, the eye test for alcohol. There was validated clues on that test, walk and turn test, and there were clues on that, also one leg stand. He was taken to the patrol post and agreed to give a breath test there, tested 172 on the intoxicated rate valve, and was released to his father. Anything you want to say about this, sir?
Wasn't responsible.
Was this your vehicle?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Now, on the proof of financial responsibility, the officer, and I don't really understand this, check not applicable. I don't know why he chose that box. There's 3 boxes, yes, no, not applicable. I don't know why he checked that box. Do you have insurance?
Yes, sir. I couldn't find my wallet and my phone were in the water. Yeah, it was a creek.
Oh, you went into the creek? Okay. Well, do you have proof of that with you today?
Yes, sir. It's actually in the car. I don't think I do.
Let me see what he put, what we got. What's it say on the computers? It's showing, just says
It's not marked.
not marked. Okay. I can't give you, I'm assuming you're gonna want some kind of driving privileges.
Just the word.
I have to have the
Insurance.
insurance before I can do that. So why don't we do this? Go get the proof of insurance that you have, bring it back in, and then I'll send you after you come back. Okay, go get that. You got it in your car?
It's not here.
Can you get it today?
Yeah.
We're gonna be here a while.
Okay.
I mean, look at all these people. Go get it, bring it back. I'll finish the sentencing. That way I can give you driving privileges.
Okay.
And we can get it done. Or I can delay it if you don't want to do it today. I can set it out in the future. You come back.
I'd rather do it
You want to do it today? And you're not that far away. You can go get it and get back. I mean,
Yeah.
We're probably gonna be here for 3 hours or longer.
Yeah, I'll be back.
Okay. I'll just recall you later. I can go get your proof of insurance and come back and then we'll recall you.
Okay, thank you, sir.
You're welcome.
State of Ohio versus Hannah C. Pruitt, case number TRD 241147. Hannah Pruitt.
Anna Pruitt.
Miss Pruitt's here. I told her, this is kind of crowded, I was ordering to come in, what you heard, the pre-trials were being called. So, we'll just have a second to get her in here.
This is an arraignment.
It's an arraignment. Anna Pruitt.
Oh, I have Destiny Pruitt, I'm sorry, I misspoke.
Yeah.
Or didn't misspeak, I just misheard.
Hannah Christina Pruitt. Hannah Christina is a different person. Hannah Pruitt. Hannah Pruitt's been called for, has not appeared. She was cited to be in court today at 9 a.m. She's not appeared. So this is OSP citation. There'll be a capias issued to the OSP for her arrest.
State of Ohio versus Michael Matney, case number TRD 241093.
And you're Michael Matney?
Yes, sir.
Mr. Matney, the state's alleging that on May 25th at 1:11 p.m. in Fayette Township, you were operating a vehicle without a driver's license. That is an unclassified misdemeanor. Maximum penalty is 500 hours of community service and a $1,000 fine. Is this the only charge for Mr. Matney? It's the only one I see. Oh, it's on a motorcycle. Is it on a motorcycle?
Yes, motorcycle without endorsement.
Okay. All right, well, here's what I'm going to do. It's your lucky day. We're going to dismiss on a technicality because you should not, this is the criminal docket. Only the cases where people that are facing jail are supposed to be cited in this court. You should have been cited in the traffic court. Now, that doesn't fix your problem. If you get caught again driving without an endorsement, they can cite you. They got to cite you into the right court. They cited you into the wrong court. So the only way they learn is if I dismiss their case.
Okay.
So I'm going to dismiss it.
All right,
Doesn't
thank
mean
you.
you weren't guilty, but it is dismissed. So if you need an endorsement, go get one. Case is dismissed.
State of Ohio versus Amber Johnson, case number TRD 241092.
And you're Amber Nicole Johnson.
Yes, sir.
Ms. Johnson, it's alleged May 25th, 2024 at 12:48 p.m. in Union Township, you were driving with a suspended license. Now, you're charged under a jailable offense, so you are in the right court. It's a first-degree misdemeanor, driving under suspension. The maximum penalty for this is 6 months in jail and a $1,000 fine. Do you understand the charge?
Yes.
Do you understand your rights?
Yes.
How do you plead?
Not guilty.
You want a lawyer appointed?
Please.
Are you working?
Yes.
What do you do?
I do home health.
Are you paid by the hour?
Yes.
How much per hour?
10.
You're eligible for court-appointed counsel. I'll appoint Mr. Stratton to represent you.
Yes, sir. Hi, how are you?
You're a West Virginia resident, correct?
Yes.
Okay. I'm going to suggest, unless you want to do something different, Ms. Stratton, that we go about a month out so she has some time to try to straighten things out.
I've already got everything straightened out.
Okay. You want to come back sooner?
Yeah, we can come back sooner, Your Honor.
Okay. Well, let's look at what's available.
Okay.
This June 17th or after?
June 17th. Oh, go
I'll
ahead.
be at the beach the 15th through the 22nd.
Okay, so after the 22nd.
Yes.
24th or 28th? Is it Monday or Friday matter?
28th would be better.
Yeah.
Okay, so we're about at a month anyway, so.
Yeah, that'll
All
work.
right, so June 28th is the next hearing for a pretrial at 10 o'clock. She can sign a $500 signature bond, not guilty pleas in. If you want to talk to her about, well, we're going to be here a while. She can come back June 28th, if she wants to stick around. If you can handle it today, maybe something can be done.
I'll talk to her out there.
Okay.
Yeah. All right. Josh in here.
State of Ohio versus Lucas Friend. Case
Right
number
out there.
CRB 24322, A, B, C, and D.
Sir, are you Lucas' friend?
Yes, sir.
All right, Mr. Friend, it's case number 24322. It alleges, you were the one I was going to arraign on one day, they couldn't.
The power, yeah, went
Power
black.
went out,
Yeah.
right? I couldn't do it by teleconference. I see you posted bond.
Yes.
It's alleged that Fayette Township on May 27th, you knowingly caused or tried to cause physical harm to Don Lee Walker. So that is an assault charge. It's a first-degree misdemeanor. Maximum penalty is 6 months in jail, $1,000 fine. Did you get a copy of that charge?
Yes.
Okay. You got copies of all the charges?
No, I've got, I think the menacing and the assault.
Okay. Well, the next one is menacing 322B, alleges that Fayette Township on May 27th, you caused Officer Atkins to believe you would cause serious physical harm to his personal property. That's a first-degree misdemeanor, menacing. Maximum penalty is 6 months in jail, $1,000 fine. 322C is obstructing official business. Did you get a copy of that charge?
No, sir.
Okay. So the first two I told you is the only one you got?
Yes.
Okay. Okay, here's a copy of C and D, the bail's going to serve you with this. The C case is the obstructing official business, that you prevented, obstructed, or delayed a public official in performance of their official duties. That's a second-degree misdemeanor. Maximum penalty is 90 days in jail, $750 fine. And then the D case is disorderly conduct. It's alleged that May 27th, you caused inconvenience, annoyance, alarm to others by fighting, threatening to do harm, being violent and turbulent. They only charge that as a minor misdemeanor, so there's no jail time on it. The maximum penalty for that charge is $150 fine. So you have 4 charges. Do you understand the 4 charges?
Yes, sir.
And I explained the rights defendants have. Were you here when I explained that?
Yes.
You understand your rights?
Yes, sir.
Any questions?
No, sir.
What plea do you wish to have?
Not guilty.
You wish to be considered for a court-appointed lawyer?
No, I can afford an attorney.
Have you hired one already?
No, I'm looking into it.
Okay. How much time? Well, we're probably not going to come back till June 17th. Right? Is that enough time for you to get over?
Yes, that'll be fine.
Okay. Are you working, sir?
Yes, sir.
You have a preference on hearing days? It's going to be Mondays or Fridays?
No, either one's fine.
Either one?
Yeah.
Let's do June 28th. That's a Friday. June 28th will be your next hearing. It'll be a pretrial, and it'll be at 10 a.m., so be here June 28th, unless your lawyer says, I made arrangements with the court for a different date, and you come to your lawyer and tell them. Sometimes they may not be available. Entered a not guilty plea. You've got a bond out. I'm continuing your bond. Is there any kind of protection order needed here?
We're asking for a protection order, and also, Your Honor, our office received a call yesterday from somebody in his family, and maybe he was involved in the call also, and I'm sure about inquiring about maybe treatment, if that's the case.
Oh, yes.
So I don't know whether he wants to go ahead and try to get that started or not.
I work at CJ Hughes Construction, and they would have an outsourced outfit of treatment I'm looking into, but that's not the only option. There's other treatment options for,
I'm assuming if you work at CJ Hughes, you probably have benefits, health insurance through them?
yes, sir.
Okay, so I'm okay with you going to a program that they set up. I assume it's going to be pretty legit if it's being paid by health insurance. But that might, that's up to you. I can't require it. You're not convicted of anything yet. But if you think that may be an issue, I face a lot of people, have a lot of people that come to this court with substance use issues, so I'm pretty familiar with the problem.
Yes, sir.
I would think if you believe that's part of what plays into this, it may not be a bad idea to go ahead and start addressing that issue before we come back to court, but that's a decision you have to make, and you can make it with your lawyer. I can't insist that you do it. I am going to insist, do you want a protection order from both the officer and this other person, or just the private individual?
Just the victim of, what is it, Donald Walker.
Donald Walker. Is it any problem for you to stay away from Donald Walker?
No, sir. We're in the same apartment complex. So I don't know if he lives there. I know his mother lives there, but we're on opposite sides of the building.
Okay.
I think it's the first time I've ever seen him, actually.
Okay. This order just says you're going to stay 500 feet away from him. You don't contact him. You don't go around him. You don't post stuff. Here's my goal. I don't want there to be another incident while you're out on bond. Okay? So with that in mind, just avoid the guy. Don't go around him. If you see him, you go the other way. Don't provoke anything. If he comes to you, you retreat, go call the police. Say, this guy's coming around me. I don't want him around me. Okay?
Yes, sir.
I don't want you to be back in here on another charge. Okay, so sign the protection order. They'll make a copy for you and you take it to your lawyer. The lawyer will be very familiar with it. He will see it. It's kind of standard procedure in these cases.
Okay.
Any questions, Mr. Freeman?
No, sir.
Okay. June 28th, if you write that down. Yeah, there you go. Your next hearing date. June 28th, 10 a.m. is your next hearing date. Your call. You want to enter in person?
Judges, if you Zoom, will be fine with me.
Okay, let's just do that.
Okay, I'll have it go.
That's all you need, sir.
All right, thank you, sir.
There you go. Well, not go when you got to get this protection order, so don't wait till they give it to you. They'll bring you a copy of it.
State of Ohio versus Lucia J. Adams, case number TRC 172881, A, B, and C, CRB 17809, A and B, PRD 172100, and TRD 171085. Lucia Adams did not check in.
Lucia Adams was supposed to be here on arraignment for failure to appear before. Oh, this was one of the bridge program people. Is Mr. Lehman still here, Detective Lehman?
He's gone, Ron.
Okay. All right, She was picked up on the Bridge Day program and taken directly to treatment, but apparently did not stay, and should have a warrant issued, because she's never done anything on her case. So, this time, bench warrant, she should not be, should be no bond.
Your Honor, Brad left about 5 minutes ago.
Okay.
Do you need us to contact him?
I've got his number.
Okay.
I will text him and ask him to make a special effort to get her arrested. I'm asking him. She has a South Point address, so she should be easy to find. She's never done anything on her case.
State of Ohio versus Lisa Drennan, case number TRC 20-2739, A, B, and C. Lisa Drennan.
I think this was the other Bridge Day one. Okay. She was picked up on Bridge Day, given the option of treatment, did not stay, has not appeared, so there should be a warrant issued for her arrest also. She's Bidwell, or was Bidwell, and I'll let Detective Wyman know also, and get her picked up. The bench warrant issued for Lisa Drennan. I've got Detective Wayne on that.
State of Ohio versus Brandon T. Lovelace, case number TRC 24-1034, A, B, and C.
Good morning.
Good morning. You're Brandon Lovelace?
Yes, sir.
All right, Mr. Lovelace, it's alleged on May 20th at 7:22 p.m. in Union Township, you were driving while being under the influence of either alcohol or drugs or a combination of those things, and that you submitted to a urine test. We don't have results back on that urine test at this point, but we should get them in the future. So I can't tell you what the results, what the state's alleging the results show.
I can tell you what's in it.
You don't need to say anything at this point, sir. Just listen, and I'll ask you for responses. This is alleged to be a first offense. Maximum penalty for that is 6 months in jail, $1,075 fine, 3-year license suspension. The minimum penalty is 3 days in a treatment program, $375 fine, 6-month license suspension. The state's also alleging that you were driving without a license, driver's license. That's a unclassified misdemeanor, maximum penalty 500 hours of community service, $1,000 fine. State's alleging that you failed to control your vehicle. That's a minor misdemeanor, maximum penalty is $150 fine. So those are the 3 charges: ODI, no license, and failure to control. Do you understand those charges?
It wasn't that I did not have a license, it's a
Listen
suspended
to me.
license.
Do you understand the charges?
Not the second one.
Well, it's pretty simple. They may be wrong. They may be totally wet. But it's a pretty easy thing to understand. The state's saying you did not have a driver's license. Do you
Yes.
understand that?
Yes.
Do you understand the other charges?
Yes.
Do you understand your rights?
Yes.
Do you have any questions?
No, sir.
What plea do you wish to have?
I wish to plead not guilty.
Do you wish to be considered for a court-appointed lawyer?
Yes.
Do you have a job?
No.
Do you have no income?
No.
All right. Mr. Smith, Roger Smith, I will appoint Mr. Smith to represent you. I'm entering a not guilty plea for you.
Your Honor, I'm here any Monday, Friday in June except the 28th. That's the only bad day.
Okay. I'm going to let him sign a $1,500 signature bond. Mr. Smith can explain to you what that means. And I've got a Tennessee address for you, sir. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
380 Kimbrough Avenue,
Yes, sir.
Atoka, is that how you pronounce it?
Yes.
Tennessee? So you've got some traveling to do to get back.
Oh, I'm actually staying here for the time being.
Okay. Well, is sooner better than later then for you?
As soon as possible.
June 17th, you're available?
I'm just judging.
Okay.
Yeah, June 17th?
June 17th will be the next hearing. And with request, Mr. Smith, you talk to Mr. Lovelace today.
Yes.
Pre-trial at 10 a.m. Okay, that's all. June 17th, 10 a.m. is your next hearing.
All right. Thank you, Your Honor.
You're welcome.
State of Ohio versus Jenny Lane, case number CRA 18399.
All right, this is on a failure to appear from 2019. Ms. Lane had a case that looks like she had failed to appear for a review hearing, and you're here today.
Yes, sir.
Okay, you turned yourself in. Did you get arrested on the warrant, or you just came in on your own?
No, I came in on my own.
Okay. Do you admit or deny you missed the hearing back in 2019?
I think so.
Okay.
Because, Your
How
Honor,
did you find out there was a warrant?
okay, I've been getting my driver's license back, so I went to the BMV and paid the $600 I owed, and they're like, oh, you have to pay what you owe at the court. So I made the payment online, and I spoke with one of the clerks, and she said that I had a warrant.
Okay.
So that's how I found out.
Okay. I'm showing you still owe $85.
Okay, I can pay that right now.
All right, that will conclude your case. You can
Thank
pay that with
you.
the court.
Okay, I'll go pay right now.
All right.
Thank you so, so
Your
much.
case will be finished.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
State of Ohio versus Justin Neese, case number CRA 2317.
Sir, you're Justin Neese.
Yes, sir.
Mr. Neese, bail's handing you a copy of the charge. It's a theft offense. It alleges that Union Township on July 9th of 2022, so it's an old case, that you purposely deprived Eugenia Lambert of property, being property worth approximately $3,000. So that's what makes it a felony 5. Maximum penalty for that is a year in jail, $2,500 fine. You understand the charge?
Yes.
You understand your rights?
Yes.
You have the money to hire a lawyer?
No.
You have a job?
No.
Are you in treatment at
Yes.
ODP?
He is currently in our inpatient recovery center, Your Honor.
Okay. All right, well, I'll appoint Mr. Steyer to represent you. When's his expected graduation date?
I believe toward the end of June, beginning of July. I
So he's
don't-
just started then?
Yeah.
All right, I applaud that you're addressing that issue. I'll let you sign a $2,000 signature bond with the further condition that you stay at ODP.
Okay.
And then, when would you like to come back for a preliminary hearing, Mr. Steyer?
Let me speak to Mr. Hill for just a second.
If you wait time, I think.
Yeah, we can. Okay, first off, sign your name right here, is that. Your Honor, we're willing to waive the 15 days. We're not 100% certain the case is going to stay here, but I think that may be the direction we're going. I'm recognizing there's not been a promise to that effect. I don't know how far out you'd like to go on that, Mr. Hill. It's an older case, so the state's going to need a little bit of time probably to try to get a hold of the victim. I'm gone from the 17th to the 24th. So if you want to come before that.
How about 14th?
14th would work. 10th would be a little better, just because my doctor's already pretty heavy on the 14th.
That's fine.
All right.
June 10th?
So write that down there.
All right, June 10th for preliminary hearing at 10 o'clock, and Mr. Deese is going to be at ODP.
I've got to talk to you.
Through that day.
Get your paperwork and I'll talk to you.
June 10th, 10 a.m.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Your Honor.
State of Ohio versus Alicia R. Clay, case number CRB 20268.
And ma'am, you're Alicia Clay.
Yes, sir.
Ms. Clay, it looks like the allegation is that you missed a review back in November of last year, is that right?
No, sir. I think it was last month, on the 27th.
Okay, I'm sorry, I looked at the wrong day. It was May 13th.
Yeah, okay. My case manager was supposed to pick me up. I go to Path Behavioral Health, and she wasn't able to give me a ride, and my great-grandma's car was down. But it's back up today, and I had the money to pay off my fine. And I heard you say something about the dog pound. I live in Colgrove, so I could walk to the dog pound,
Okay.
if you could set me up for Sunday.
And you've been at Regal?
No, I live with my grandmother now.
I mean, you went there at one point.
Yes, sir. Yeah, I left Regal and went to Southern Hope and graduated at Southern Hope and moved in with my grandma. She's actually, her and Jeremy West are helping me get back on my feet. I got my student loans paid off and supposed to start LPN school in January.
Okay, I do see at one point, I don't have let me look at the judgment and see if it was required. You were at OVP at 1.2.
Yeah, yeah. I had my baby in July.
Okay, it looks like you did that on your own, because I did not order you to go to treatment. Okay, so all you gotta do is finish your community service and pay off your fine, or you can work off the fine too.
Okay, well, I'm paying my fine off today.
So you're gonna pay it off, okay?
She told me $245.
That's correct, that's what I'm showing.
Okay.
And you got 15 hours of community service left to do. You can do it at the dog pound. Now, here's the thing about the dog pound, you just can't just show up. You need to talk to Mr. Cooper about that.
Okay.
You have to make an appointment to be able to work there, because they only have a certain number of people they can accept. If 20 people show up on a Sunday, they can't use all of them. So
Right.
you have to have an appointment to get there. But he can help arrange that for you. He's out in the lobby right now, I see.
Okay.
So I'm going to go ahead and set another hearing. If you get it finished, I'll cancel the warrant. If you get it finished, you don't have to come back.
Okay.
I'll make it June 28th.
Thank you so much.
June 28th at 9 o'clock, the warrant is canceled. See Mr. Cooper before you leave.
All right, thank you.
And the clerk. Go ahead.
State of Ohio versus Jonathan Jones, case number CRA 23679, CRA 22685, CRB 22686.
This is Mr. Steyer's case. It's on the docket as a preliminary hearing, so I have it.
Your Honor, it was actually taken off the docket, but then put back on the docket. So I think when it got put back on, it probably got set with the just put back on the arraignments.
Okay.
It was originally scheduled for today. Mr. Jones did appear, but it had been canceled Wednesday.
Now, is he still at Bethesda, or what's going on? with
No,
that?
Your Honor. May I approach?
Yes.
I'm not certain where the last place he was when we were here. He left that establishment on like the 29th or 30th of April. He had a surgery he had to have. He had that surgery, and then he went and began treatment at a new facility, which I just provided their letter to you in the report. And who's here with you from?
Terry.
And you're who, I'm sorry?
I'm the program director for Moving Forward.
And the program, moving forward is where he's gone, and the program director is also here with him, Your Honor.
Well, this is a felony, so I don't know how the state, I mean, I don't know anything about this facility, and actually the report is not good for him.
Your Honor, he did leave with us to ASA, he just took off walking. We had made accommodations for his surgery the next day. He had gotten in trouble a couple of times, and
Okay, and that was Taylor from Bethesda giving that report. So, what's the state's position on this?
This case originated in 2022. I don't know when it got before the court. It looks like at the tail end of 2023 was when it first.
Well, he was arraigned in November of 23, ordered to RS. November 27th, left RRS against advice, allowed to go to amended reads. January 16th. And next note, I guess, at inpatient at Bethesda, and then you heard what happened at Bethesda. I would prefer, but you know, my position is, this is a court on felonies where people want to get treatment. He hasn't demonstrated that he wants to get treatment and comply, so I would prefer to send him to the common police court, let them handle it. They got bigger tools than I do.
And Your Honor, actually, my notes that I was reading from go back to a previous set of charges that we nollied at the time with the right to refile if the victim came forward. And then it wasn't until the current charges in November of 23 that we heard from him again. We're perfectly fine with dismissing these charges and taking them to court.
Well, if that's the state's position, I would ask that he be given the opportunity to waive so that his bond can continue.
Any objection to that?
No, Your Honor.
Okay, he can waive preliminary hearing, and what that means, Mr. Jones, is you're saying you agree that your case can go to the grand jury without having a preliminary hearing on that issue. That will keep the bond in place that you have now. Is that what you wish to do?
Yes, sir.
And you're going to sign a written waiver.
And then on the domestic violence misdemeanor,
Be knowledge to the grand
Nolly,
jury.
that one.
So CRB 22686 is knowledge to the grand jury. The others are waived. 22685, 23679 are waived.
The one under 679, and which one is waived, Professor?
686, 685, 679 are both waived. They're the felons. They're waived to grand jury. CRB case number is knowledge.
Sign your name here. All right. He's executed this, if I can bring it forward, Your Honor.
Yes. I'll accept it as waiver. Go ahead.
All right.
State of Ohio versus Hunter Tooley, case number CRB 24329, CRA 24378, CRB 24292, CRB 23147. Hunter Tooley.
I believe Mr. Morford's case, and there looks like there's new charges. 24329 and 24328. Do you wish me to read the charges into the record, Mr. Morford?
No, we'd waive reading, Judge.
And you accept service?
Accepted.
I'll appoint you to represent Mr. Tooley. What's the state's proposal on how to go forward with these matters?
Your Honor, I don't have his file out here for the prior charges. I don't know what he's...
Well, 24292 was a misdemeanor. Domestic violence. Says May 16th, isn't it, or May 16th this year. Then there's 23147. Aggravated menacing, and that's from March of 2023.
Realizing, of course, that he's shown up on his own today, but he's got a series of pending charges now, including now a felony burglary charge. So we feel like, you know, his continued release needs to be dependent on the bond being posted.
Have you even had a chance to discuss this, Mr. Morgan?
No, Your Honor.
Want to talk and then come come back and we'll talk about bond, how we're gonna go forward.
Please.
So the state's position is they're gonna ask for a cash bond, cash assurance.
You got that amount to
Is there a, I'm sorry, was there a recommended amount?
7,500 cash assurance bond.
Thank you, guys.
We'll recall this later in the docket. He's ordered not to depart the courthouse.
State of Ohio recalls Tyler M. Kemper Jr., case number 23-630.
He was at the best and was transferred to Missouri due to behavioral issues.
Okay.
I just told you that. Told you I was going to recall it.
Tyler Kemper.
Yes, Your Honor. Mr. Kemper is compliant still in our program. Once again, wanted to apologize for not having him here in person today. That was an oversight on my fault, not his. I believe he is actually, when I called earlier, was working on either the pre-test or the test for his GED. So he is doing very well in our program and is compliant with all treatment recommendations at this time.
Okay.
And for the record, he will be here next court, guaranteed.
Let's set it for June 10th. He's doing well. Won't go a full month, but we'll put him back in here June 10th for review here.
Thank you, Your Honor.
You are. Okay, we're ready to start the trial efforts.
State of Ohio versus Shannon S. McPherson, case number CRB 2439.
Mr. Smith's case set for pre-trial.
It is, Judge, and what I was discussing with Mr. Hill, that she has completed anger management, massage and therapeutics. This happened January 25th, so it's been over 6 months ago. We're talking about a dismissal in 90 days, but you're trying to move back to Marion.
I'm going to go back home.
She's wanting to move back to Marion, Ohio. I don't see why we can't dismiss it today if she pays court costs.
One thing that's somewhat of a complicating factor is that it's a cross-filing involving her, I guess, daughter, who's a minor, and she's got a case in juvenile court that is scheduled for June the 4th.
That's on Zoom.
And I don't know what the status of that is, but I'm assuming if there's been no further problems since it was on a 90-day continuance, that it would be similar to here where it would be dismissed if there haven't been any further problems. I guess I would prefer to see that done first.
We know who counsel is.
You have her lawyers?
No, I don't have anyone for that. It's just-
You have her lawyers?
No.
I can ask.
She's not aware, Judge.
But it's on Zoom.
And she is going to appear via Zoom at that hearing, is that correct?
Yes, sir.
And you're going to ask for it to be dismissed?
He said he would dismiss it,
as long as everything was complied, I complied with everything up to that point. And he said then it would be dismissed because 2 days after that is her 18th birthday.
When you say he, you're talking about the lawyer?
The judge, sir.
The judge.
Yes, sir.
Probably the magistrate.
Probably magic glycol.
Yes, it is.
My God, yes.
Do you want to recall this, or how do you want to proceed?
We could,
Well, we wouldn't oppose Ms. McPherson appearing by Zoom the next hearing, and we probably would be looking at a dismissal with the payment of court costs, assuming there's no further problems, but we want to make sure that
So you want to come back after the June 4th hearing?
we'd like to, yes.
Judge, I'm here this 7th or 10th, whichever's better.
I have no place to stay. I have no place to stay.
She can do that? She can
Yes, she's going to be married, excuse me, married, but she won't be advised.
June 7th then, or be the next hearing, pre-trial, 10 o'clock. Okay, we have some hearings by teleconference at the jail. We're going to do those now.
State of Ohio versus John Cooper Ryder, case number CRA 24311. Daniel Cox is on deck.
This is Mr. Smith's case, John Cooper Ryder. It's on the docket.
It is, Judge.
We got two people subpoenaed for today. It looks like Tiffany Phillips. Is Tiffany Phillips?
She was not earlier, I was informed, so that would have been problematic as far as the 10-day rule to have it here. We discussed a possible OR bond to get around that situation, but I think there may be an update for the state.
Well, we just learned that our victim in this matter is incarcerated in another county right this minute. So, would he waive to the GJ? Okay. We're not going to be able to present the case for
Nolly to the grand jury.
we're going to have to. The only issue was that there's a protection order now and it would be terminated with the Nolly, but I don't think we have any other choice.
Case will be Nolly to the grand jury. Well, as long as she's in custody, she'll be safe.
Should be.
State of Ohio versus Daniel Cox, case number CRA 23495, TRC 231103. I don't want to change the time.
Your case is dismissed, sir.
It's dismissed.
Okay, thank you. Daniel Cox and Jonathan Harris is on deck.
This is also Roger Smith.
It is, Your Honor, excuse me, we were here previously, and Mr. Sowers was attempting to post a bond. He's not been able to accomplish that. He was supposed to be here February, it's like the 9th, or 16th apparently. And has been
The warrant was
arrested.
issued on the 16th, the hearing was
Yes.
the 9th.
Okay, yes. Because I wrote a letter on the, to my client the same day, the 9th, to be in court on the 16th. I'd like to somehow get this back on the,
Well, he's already pled guilty, so I think we should probably just go ahead and send it on the ODI. And then, now there's a felony still pending, 23-495.
Take the felony was dropped if I say guilty to the ODI.
I had no note to that effect, but I don't know what's the state's position. Possession was the felony charge. He was supposed to be going to treatment.
I've been in treatment, sir, and I haven't missed not one time until today or yesterday.
That felony charge is still pending. We agreed to hold it in abeyance and allow him to go to treatment with the agreement that we would dismiss it once he has been successful in treatment.
You say you're still in treatment. Where are you treating at?
Back in Huntington, West Virginia.
How's the state want to proceed?
I didn't hear where he said he was in treatment.
He said he was in treatment at ProAct. I did have a letter some time ago, but nothing recent.
I mean, it would make a difference if, maybe if he really was still keeping up with his treatment.
I am definitely not keeping up with this treatment. You can check, but I have my model from ProAct when I got arrested.
That doesn't, I guess, excuse the fact that he hasn't been here since February.
However, on that account, I do apologize. My wife had a stroke in January. My boss has actually called, threatens to fire me if I don't come and finish the 2 bathrooms. I go to finish the 2 bathrooms. This gentleman was a Palestinian. With everything that's going on in his country, he just disappears on all of us, and I get left hanging. I didn't get paid.
Okay, might I suggest he get time, sir? How long have you been in now, Daniel?
I've been 8 days.
For his failure to appear and try to get him back in treatment and come back sooner rather than later?
He's due to be sentenced on the OVI. It's a first offense.
Just go ahead and send him on that.
Yeah, I've already got my 90 days to finish. And I think you have to finish at least 3 more months minimum.
That's fine, if the judge wants to.
Okay. Judge, I wouldn't oppose, just based on the situation we find ourselves presented with, if the state's not intended to pursue the felony, which I don't think they are, I think we should just go ahead and sentence on the OVI.
Well, we still think he should complete his treatment on the felony charge.
That you want to keep it here, or you want it to go on to Green?
We wouldn't oppose it being kept here, but as far as the OVI goes, we think that maybe, since he's already got 8 days in jail maybe, that it would be appropriate to go ahead and sentence him on that.
I agree, Judge, that makes sense.
All right, anything you want to say further, Mr. Cox, on your non-appearance or on the OVI charge?
Just that ProAct has been
Okay, I just need a report from them. So what's going to happen is I'm going to go ahead and send you on the OVI, then I'm going to give you a further hearing when you'll come back on this. You still have a pending felony for possession of drugs, and I need a report from ProAct on what you're doing with him. And you got me one before, but I haven't seen anything from them for a long time.
Well, you guys made me sign a thing there releasing, so you guys can get that information yourself, or I don't care, I'll bring it to you.
Well, we have trouble getting them. Even when we request it, we have trouble getting it, so I'm putting the burden on you. Because if you say you're going there, you tell them, I need a report to take back to them.
The first month and a half was a little shaky there because I had a student counselor, but now I'm with a gentleman that's about 60 years old and I'm not come a long way.
Okay. On the OVI, did the urine results come back?
Yes, Your Honor. Amphetamine, methamphetamine, and buprenorphine.
Okay. I'll impose a $500 fine, order you to pay court costs, 6-month license suspension, That started the date of today, actually. It wasn't under an automatic license suspension, so it starts today. Should adjust. Kind of. Should go to the end date.
Judge, when I first got this case, Mr. Smith said that he could possibly get me driving permit privileges, but I have a Florida driver's license. Are you able to help me get privileges to drive to work?
Well, at the time you got this citation, you had no proof of insurance, so I can't give you driving privileges unless you have insurance.
Well, I do.
Here's what you need to do. You'll need to come back into court on a court date, ask to be placed on the docket, bring your proof of insurance, and I'll look at your file and decide if I can give you your driving permit then. But I'm not going to give it today because I got nothing in front of me showing you actually have insurance.
Okay, thank you.
You can come any Monday or Friday. Unless it's a holiday, that's when we're in session.
Yeah, I'll see you Monday.
You want to know the date?
Yes, Judge.
Okay. Usually the computer fills it in, but it's not doing it. Did do it? Yeah. Okay. November 27th is the end date. 20 days in jail, and he served 8, so I'll suspend 12. I won't require that he go to the driver intervention program, but I will require that he complete treatment at PROACT, which he has started. 30 hours community service, 2 years of level 4 probation. I'll set his next, well, he's going to have a preliminary hearing and a review hearing on the same day. And we'll go, you said, are you available the 28th or is that date?
Yeah, that's the one that I cannot do. I could do July 1st.
July 1st is fine. Your next hearing, Mr. Cox, this is easy to remember, July 1st. You got to be in court that day. No excuses.
Yes, sir.
Well, what's eventually going to happen, I mean, you've got a felony. You understand the distinction between a felony and misdemeanor? A felony, you can go to prison for it.
I know, sir.
And so far it's been agreed if you'll go to treatment, we won't send this to the grand jury for an indictment and you potentially going to prison. But if you don't show up, we're just going to have to send it on to the grand jury. You'll get indicted, you'll go to the common police court, and what they do with you, they do with you. It'll be out of my control. I can't send you to prison if I wanted to. But to make that happen, you got to do your treatment and come to court when you're ordered to.
Yes, sir.
Okay, July 1st.
Thank you, Judge.
So he'll get released today. Go back to PROACT, get me a good report, be in court on July 1st. Do what you're supposed to do.
Yes, sir.
I'm sorry about your wife, and everybody's got an excuse why they can't do what they're supposed to do. But you got to find ways to make it happen, even if bad stuff happens, because bad stuff is always happening. There's always stuff you got to. If you want to look for an excuse why you can't do something, it's easy to find. But I'm not going to accept any excuses. And if you're in the hospital, that's a reason. But you need to get in court the very next day, next time we have session. You've been gone for months.
Yeah, I just want my daughter
Okay. Whose fault was that?
All right.
Yes, agreed. Take responsibility.
Thank you, Judge.
You're welcome.
State of Ohio versus Jonathan Harris, case number TRC 24932, CRV 24278, A, B, C, and D, CRV 23429, TRD 241038 A and B. And David G. Marshall is on deck.
All right, Mr. Tyler Smith is representing Jonathan Harris, pretrial. Bunch of pretrials.
I made a counteroffer, I just wanted to see if.
So the offer we made, Your Honor, was, and this is serious, and I think Mr. Harris understands this too, he's on community control for similar type stuff. And running from the police was what he's on community control for. And then he's also had charges in this court recently involving resisting and domestic violence, for which he actually, I think he should still be on probation here, and he would have 27 days hanging over his head here.
Your Honor, if I may, Mr. Harris has a Cold Grove Mayor's Court hold.
Okay.
And
Throw that into the mix.
Well, he wasn't, our offer anyways wasn't going to let him out today, so he was going to.
our offer had been 6 months in jail with 4 months suspended. So he'd do 2 months, of which apparently he's done 30 days already. Now, they've made a counter offer of 60 days flat, and he's on community control. So I understand the reasoning in maybe doing it that way so that he can have one court involved in his probation.
So you're wanting that to cover the community control violations, or?
That's whether they're going to violate them or not. That'd be a separate thing. I'm talking about for these cases here, he pleaded to the charges, and the recommended sentence that if the state will agree to is they'll still get 60 days, but we just said just do 60 days flat. They'll be done with municipal court, and he still have whatever issues he may have in common police court. It sounds like there's something out of Cold Grove too.
As a fabricator.
So they have a holder until he addresses that.
So, I think what we would be willing to do is stick with what the offer would be, but what our offer has been. But we may come back at a later date and ask that his probation be cut short, depending on how he does on community control from here forward.
Does he have anything scheduled to appear in common pleas?
He's just supposed to report to his probation officer when he gets out.
Oh, they're not filing a probation?
Not at this time, but I mean, they could, since he picked up charges and he pled, but I don't know what they're going to do with him in common police court. I'm not his attorney there, so, but he's still on community control. So they're still monitoring him, even after this term of incarceration's up.
I guess if I found out what their plan for him was, might help.
You want to make some calls?
Yes.
Someone in your office make some calls?
Do that.
Okay, that's fine.
Okay, we'll recall this later in the docket after the prosecutor does some research.
Thank you, Your Honor. They're going to recall your case. They're going to call your probation officer down in Ironton.
Kyle's his name.
Okay, Kyle, all right.
Yeah.
State of Ohio versus David G. Marshall, case number CRB 19161. Toby Pack is on deck.
For a second.
Yes. David Marshall?
Yeah.
All right, David Marshall is on the screen. This is an arraignment for failure to appear at a review hearing, it looks like. Mr. Marshall, as you know, I'm Judge Capper. So last year you had a domestic violence conviction, you had a review hearing on it. April the 18th of 2022, and that you didn't appear for that hearing, and a warrant was issued, and it looks like you got arrested on the warrant. Do you understand the charge?
Okay. Yeah.
Do you admit or do you deny that you failed to appear for your review hearing in this court?
Well, I guess I didn't appear, but, I thought I was done with it when I was on that whole fire for like 4 months.
You had a fine and court cost to pay. And you,
Oh.
and you were ordered to stay away from Eldon Marshall also.
Yeah.
When did you David Marshall. Where are you living now, Mr. Marshall, in Huntington?
Yeah.
Okay, I'm showing you had $510 total to pay fine and court costs, and you didn't pay a nickel on it. And that's why you got a warrant. You didn't show up for your review, and you didn't pay anything on your fines and court costs.
Yeah.
So here's what I'm gonna do. Do you wanna lay it out in jail at $50 a day, or do you wanna pay it?
I'll lay it out.
Okay, I'll send you to 10 days in jail. I'll give you credit for 3 days served. So you got another week to do, and your case is finished by jail.
Okay.
Okay, that's all, finished by jail.
But, so that I'll take 4 days to do?
7.
7?
Okay, that's all.
Okay. Thank you.
You're welcome.
State of Ohio versus Roger Frizzelli here at the court, case number TRC 24782, A, B, and C. Toby Pack will be in the chair at the jail.
Toby Pack's on deck. Roger Frizzelli is out in the courtroom.
Yes, Your Honor. I apologize for calling this out of order here. He's been to the restroom multiple times. If we could just reset it for another pretrial, that would be great.
Okay, this is on an OVI.
Yes.
You have a preference for a date. We're looking at the 17th of June or after.
Anytime, Your Honor. We'll get you out of here, okay?
I'm sorry.
Oh, no, you're okay. You're okay, I understand.
Or we can do the 14th. Is that good?
The 14th? Yeah.
June 14th.
June 14th, okay.
June 14th is 3 o'clock. 10 o'clock.
Sorry, June 14th, the big year or something, okay.
Can I call you at your office?
Yeah. Yeah, we'll get
State of Ohio versus Toby Pack, case number CRA 24626, CRB 21537, and Brian Tomlin is on deck.
And this is for arraignment, Toby Pack. That's you, sir? Are you Toby Pack?
Yes, sir, I have your honor.
All right, Mr. Pack, I think you know me. I'm Judge Capper,
Yes, sir.
sitting at the court in Chesapeake. This is what's called an extradition hearing matter. In your case, it's been alleged that there's a warrant for you in another jurisdiction, and that's Boyd County Circuit Court. That's Boyd County, Kentucky. They're saying that they have warrants for you for fleeing and eluding a police officer, wanton endangerment, disregarding a traffic control device, and reckless driving. So you have a right to have an extradition hearing in this court to decide if you are the Toby L. Pack that Boyd County says they want, and if I should order you to go back to that jurisdiction. Now, you also have, it looks like, a warrant out of this court.
I believe it was dismissed already.
Oh, that's not what I'm showing. And Mr. Morford was your attorney, so we need to get him in here. This is old, from 2022. It was set for trial on February the 14th, 2022. It's alleged that Mr. Pack did not appear at that time.
I was here in the jail. I was released on OR
that was a charge of unauthorized use of a motor vehicle. So there's a warrant on that also. So I'm assuming, Mr. Pack, you're not working?
I do work, yes, sir. I work in Columbus.
You work in Columbus?
Yes, sir.
Doing what?
Regularly, got to deal with them.
I didn't understand what you said.
Dennis Carpenter.
Carpentry?
Yes, sir.
Who do you work for? You work for yourself or someone else?
I'm subcontractor. I work in the country guy.
What do you make?
About $15 an hour.
Do you have any dependents?
Yes, sir.
Do you have any explanation for not coming to your trial back in February of 2022?
I live incarcerated and I'm living in jail.
Do you have any explanation for, have you been continuously incarcerated since February 14th, 2022 till the present time?
Yes, sir. I believe so. February 28th.
You've been continuously incarcerated?
Yes, sir. I just recently got out.
Okay. I think what we need to do is have Mr. Warford call down, talk to you, and then we'll put you back in front of the camera after that happens so we can decide how we're going to go forward. I'll deliver to you the court's files so that you won't have your files. So your lawyer's going to call down, talk to you, Mr. Pack, and then I'll have you back on the screen after that happens.
Thank you very much.
You're welcome.
State of Ohio versus Brian G. Tomlin, case number CRB 24327 and CRB 17984. Johnny Lewis is on deck.
Brian Tomlin next.
Whitney.
Sir, are you Brian Tomlin?
Yes, sir.
Mr. Tomlin, I'm Judge Capper at the Lawrence County Municipal Court, which is where your charges are filed. You have a right to remain silent. You don't have to say anything. You have a right to have an attorney, to have one appointed if you can't afford one, to have bail, to make the state prove these charges beyond a reasonable doubt. Do you understand those rights?
Yes, sir.
You're charged with domestic violence. The state filed a charge against you alleging on May 28, 2024 in Union Township, you knowingly caused or tried to cause physical harm to Whitney Harvey, and that Whitney is either a part of your family or lives in your household. So that's domestic violence. It's a first-degree misdemeanor. Maximum penalty is 6 months in jail, $1,000 fine. Do you understand that charge?
Yes, Your Honor.
And then it's also alleged that you had failed to appear for a review hearing on a criminal damaging charge from 2017 at a review hearing on April the 9th of 2021, and a warrant got issued for you for failure to appear at that review hearing. So that's pending also. So let's start with the domestic violence. How do you plead to that charge?
Really,
No contest means you don't want to fight the charge, you agree to be found guilty. If I think the state has enough evidence to convict you without a trial, without a warrant. Is that what you want to do?
yes, Your Honor.
And then what about the failure to appear on the criminal damaging review hearing? Do you admit or deny you failed to appear for your review hearing?
Sir, I have to,
Yeah, okay. Well, let's start with the domestic. I'm assuming this is the complaining party is here in court today. This is Whitney Harvey, I'm assuming?
Yes, sir.
What's the state's position on this case as far as sentencing goes?
Your Honor, reading the officer's report, it is pretty close to what Ms. Harvey has written to us now in her explanation about why she thinks that the case should be dismissed. They were having some kind of a dispute because of parenting and maybe people that they were associating with. And Ms. Harvey says that Mr. Tomlin grabbed her by the cheeks or something like that. So it was not a serious injury type situation, and she says that she thinks she overreacted. So what we would suggest, Your Honor, I'm guessing she's not going to want a protection order, but we're not ready to dismiss the charge. He's pled no contest, but we'd ask the court just to hold that in abeyance and make a decision on whether there should be a guilty finding or not to a later date, and make sure that there's no problems between the parties.
Okay. And you're Whitney?
Yes.
You had children with Mr. Tomlin?
Yes, sir.
More than one?
Yes, sir.
Tell me about that. How many kids do you have?
2.
How old are they?
1 and 2.
Oh, really, yeah. Do you all live together?
Not at the moment.
You're separated, living apart?
Yes.
Is he supporting these kids?
Yes.
He pay regular child support?
Yes.
Okay. And he works regularly?
Yes.
Other than this incident, how does he treat you and the kids?
Fine.
Okay.
A disagreement.
All right. Was there any alcohol or drugs involved in this incident?
No.
All right, so what I'm going to do, Mr. Tomlin, I'm going to accept your no contest plea, but I'm not going to make a finding. I'm just going to hold it in abeyance. And deal with it later. But you got this other case from 2017 that you never finished. You paid the fine. You had community service to do. You have a, you've got a warrant fee now. You were ordered to go to PRO-ACT, so, and I don't think you ever did that. You went to Spectrum. And you didn't finish there. So I'm going to order the sheriff to do a urine screen on you today.
Yes.
Yes, sir?
Yeah, I mean, I knew I messed up back then. I thought I had all my duty service done. I knew I was taking my fine to it, but I thought I had all my duty service done, and I thought I didn't have to come back. I didn't know I had to.
I'm showing you did. You had 5 days to do it. I'm showing you did 1 day at Chesapeake Village on February 25th, 2021. That's the only day I'm showing you did.
Duty service?
Yes, sir.
I can't argue that, but I heard everyone. I paid all my fines and stuff up there, and I was doing good. I actually started my case at courtroom for a while, and I mean, I'm just been trying to do it. I just really like to do things to myself again.
You were also ordered to go to treatment. I don't have any letter showing you completed that.
Yeah.
So I want to see a urine screen today, and then after I get the results, I'll have you back, and we'll decide how we're going to go forward.
All right.
Okay. So do the urine screen.
Do that now?
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
State of Ohio versus Johnny Lewis, case number CRA 24315A and B, CRB 24314. Ryan Edwards is on deck.
Johnny Lewis is represented by Attorney Tyler Smith, and is set for a preliminary hearing and pretrial date.
So, Your Honor, Mr. Lewis was indicted on charges unrelated to these from an earlier involving some pretty serious, pretty serious charges. So he's before the common pleas court. He's been served. He's probably got an arraignment day at this point. So these charges can be nollied.
Okay. So everything is nollied here to the grand jury.
Correct.
All charges are nollied to the grand jury, which means dismissed. So they're taking it to the grand jury, and if they pursue it, then you'll be before the common pleas court on these charges as well as the other charges you already have in common pleas.
So they'll all be bunched up, Judge Campbell?
That would be my guess. Yes, sir.
So knowledge just means you're just pushing through the grand jury, correct?
It means it's dismissed with the right to refile.
Oh, they're dismissed with the right to refile, okay.
Yes, it's before the grand jury, so they'll take it to the grand jury and then refile it. That's my understanding.
Thank you, Your Honor.
That'll be up to the prosecutor.
As far as my bond, I wait back to common pleas.
Yeah, you're only being held by common pleas. The case here is dismissed, so any holder we had on you is released.
So I'm released
No,
today?
no, because the common pleas, as I understand, common pleas has a holder on it.
Okay, I'm just trying to figure out why they haven't given me a bond yet, Your Honor.
One of the judges at common pleas will do that.
You haven't been arraigned yet on the ones you're indicted on, is my understanding. So once you're arraigned, they'll set a bond at that point.
Well, Your Honor, I appreciate it, and I apologize to the courtroom. I have been working for the past 2.5 years. There's some people in the courtroom can actually verify that. I don't understand why you I keep
Okay.
calling short.
Sir,
Well, I'm saying,
sir, we don't need to hear this. Is that not helpful? So,
have a good day, Mr. Captain.
you too.
Thank you.
State of Ohio versus Ryan K. Edwards, case number CRA 24232. Mr. Morford's case.
We need Mr. Morford.
No.
Mr. Morford, please. Okay, let's go. Whoever's on deck, let's bring them up.
We're not ready to recall anyone.
This is the last one. All right, Mr. Evers, just stay there. We're going to go do some further hearings here at the court, and then when we're ready, we'll call you out. Your attorney's on the phone with someone else at jail right now. All right.
State of Ohio versus Brandon L. Call, case number TRC 24648, A and B.
This is Mr. Finley's case, and it's set for pretrial on motions.
Yes, Judge, we'll need a motion hearing date.
Okay, so you all talk and you can't resolve anything?
Mr. Hill's being hardcore Hill today, Judge.
Okay.
It's following the law.
Well, let's see. We could do June 10th, June 17th, 21st, 24th.
Judge, the 24th works for me. I've got a felony trial with Meg's the week before that.
Okay, June 24th, and I'll put it on the docket for noon that day.
Yeah.
For a motion.
Yeah, dude. We passed all these pre-trials and everything. All right.
Thank you.
Thank you, Judge.
You're welcome.
State of Ohio versus Cameron F. Harris, case number CRB 24106, Tobin Pack at Lawrence County Jail is on deck.
Cameron Harris is Mr. Vital's case and set for pretrial.
Yes, Your Honor. And actually, we've worked out an agreement on this. I can let Mr. Heald read it into the record of the offer if he wants to, or I can tell the court. The state agrees to reduce the aggravated menacing to a regular menacing, 3 days or 10 days jail time suspended, 3 days community service, $300 fine and costs.
And that is our agreement.
Okay, so we need to amend, we have a section number to, that needs to be amended to.
Yeah, that's still. Got the statute here somewhere.
$2903.22.
Everything say .22 instead of 21.
Yes, which would be a regular menace, correct?
And then 4 minutes.
Yes.
And Mr. Harris, do you agree with what Mr. Vital is representing to the court?
Yes, sir.
And how do you wish to plead to the amended charge of menacing?
Guilty.
Do you have anything you wish to say to the court before sentencing?
Sorry for wasting your time.
And Your Honor, this arose over the actions of the complaining witness, made some advances towards his wife. They've since resolved it. They realize that this is not a good idea to be at each other. He'll leave him alone, the other guy's going to leave him alone. There hadn't been any additional problems out of him, and his wife no longer works with this individual, so.
Okay, so they shouldn't be around each other?
They will not, yeah.
We will also ask for no contact.
Yeah, no contact, we agree to that as well.
Okay. All right, there'll be a $300 fine in court costs. 10 days in jail suspended, 18 hours of community service, no contact order to stay away from Robert Fox.
Yes.
We'll make it level 5 probation, this is non-reporting, with a review hearing on November 27th of 24. If you complete everything by then, you don't have to show up. If you haven't completed, you gotta show up. If you don't show up and you have stuff left to do, you get a warrant.
Yep, he understands, Your Honor. I think you'll probably have it completed before.
Very good.
Yep.
He'll need to see Mr. Cooper about his probation.
Okay, thank you,
He's out in the
Judge.
lobby right now.
Judge, I have one other one I think that's been moved by agreement. Mr. Heald wanted to continue it. I was out of town and I agreed to it.
Yeah.
Has that been, do we have that one set?
Well, we submitted a suggested date for that on June 14th, I guess, was.
What's the case?
It's case number...
It's on the trial docket today?
Yes, Your Honor. It's on the trial. Hughes, 24 CRB 102.
Okay, we'll bring it up.
Okay. You can give them that. What do you need to sign?
State of Ohio versus Elizabeth P. Hughes, case number CRB 24102.
And she's not here today, Judge. I told her that it wasn't necessary since the state was moving to continue it. She wasn't very happy about that, but...
The reason we asked for continuance, Your Honor, is that our alleged victim in this matter had a close family relative who was very ill and has actually, I hear, passed away today. So she, and we had actually agreed to continuance earlier when Mr. Vital was ill earlier.
Yeah, we don't have any objection to the continuance today, Your Honor.
So we're moving it to June 14th, is that today?
Yes, Your Honor, for trial.
Okay, to be set for trial at noon on June 14th. Looks like that's the only case that.
Okay. Only one name.
For trial.
Oh, for trial.
Yeah, for trial.
I've never seen that.
Make that clear. Now, there's a lot of other cases, but only that one for trial.
Okay, thank you, Your Honor.
You're welcome.
State of Ohio versus Kobe Packet, Lawrence County Jail, on the recall, case number CRA 24326, CRB 21537.
Well, we got Ryan Edwards. Let's do, that's your case too. Why don't we do Ryan Edwards while he's sitting here? Ryan Edwards is CRA 24232. So that's Mr. Morford's case. Mr. Edwards is here in the chair. How do you wish to proceed, Mr. Morford?
Judge, you'll recall my text to you from Wednesday. He appeared before Judge Ballard and entered into agreement to serve 18 months on 2 probation violations. When that 18 months is up, he discharged his obligations to the Court of Common Pleas. Judge Ballard indicated he would release Mr. Edwards on an ankle bracelet for 2 weeks to allow him to attend to business and take care of some things with his mother. But of course, we have your sentence holding him, and we're wondering if we could get some kind of relief for 2 weeks under the terms that Judge Ballard set.
Mr. Hill, does the state take any position on this?
We don't take any position, Your Honor.
Okay, so what I'm going to do, just to make it easier, I'm just going to conclude his case by the time he served, because he still has the time to serve with Judge Ballard, and he's going to put him on, Mr. Edwards, on an ankle monitor, and I hope you understand, because we have people that cut those, you will go, it will add about 3 years onto your sentence if you do that, so, but that'll be up to Judge Ballard. I won't be involved.
No, sure, that's not been done.
Okay. I'm gonna complete your case with me, so you don't have to worry about it. It's completed by the jail time you've done.
I appreciate it, Mr. Governor.
Good luck.
I appreciate it.
Get things straightened out.
No, for sure.
Ryan, you know this judge here has been pulling for you for years. Let's turn it around and get back to Ryan Edwards and be here for your mom.
Yeah, I just, I'm not a good paper candidate, Mr. Capper, and, I'm trying to just get on with life, and, not that I want to be a drug addict, but, it serves a purpose in my life, and I can't even work in that field with my CDCA license because of being on paper, so I think it's going to be working out pretty good once I get 18 months under my belt. Hopefully go into the recovery program and work in that field, So that's right.
All right, good luck.
Good luck, Ryan.
Thank you.
State of Ohio recalls Toby Pack at the Lawrence County Jail, and Brian Tomlin is on deck.
All right, and so we allowed Mr. Morford to call down, talk to his clients, as he hadn't been able to do that.
I have
Since
to.
2 charges have been filed, that's occurred. And he's got an old case still pending here that was never resolved. He, according to my records, failed to appear for a trial back in February of 2022 on unauthorized use. He's got an extradition matter to Boyd County. So how do we want to proceed on this?
Judge, he believes, I believe mistakenly, that the unauthorized use charge has been dismissed. I don't see that from the court file. And
Well, I think the deal was he was supposed to go to treatment, and that's the indication I have. He was supposed to go to treatment and be dismissed then. I don't have any proof that he ever went to treatment. It was set for trial and he didn't show up, is what I'm showing.
he says, Your Honor, that he was incarcerated at Southwestern Regional Jail from February 22 to February of this year.
Well, we'll need to do, I think the state needs to decide, maybe contact the victim on this unauthorized use, see if they still want to pursue it. And then we can, I don't think we can deal with the extradition until that's determined. So what I'm going to do, I'm going to set his bond, since now he's got this thing in Kentucky.
Gotcha.
It sounds pretty serious. Fleeing, evading police, wanton endangerment. They asked for a $20,000 bond, so I'm going to honor that. His bond will be set at $20,000, cash or surety. That'll cover both matters. But he's got to come back here and deal with the unauthorized use.
Judge.
Yes.
Josh Cooper informed me that he has an APA holder.
Okay, so he's not going anywhere anyway.
No, Your Honor.
Okay. Well, we still need to do this.
Sure.
How long does the state want to try to dig that out and find out if the victim on that unauthorized use still wants to go forward with it?
Well, a week should be plenty.
Weeks enough?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay, June 7th.
Yeah.
Next hearing is June 7th for pretrial on 21-537 and pretrial on the 24-326.
And what is this gentleman's name, Your Honor?
Toby Pack.
Thank you, Judge.
Toby Pack Jr.
State of Ohio versus Brian G. Tomlin, case number CRB 24327, CRB 17984, and Jonathan Harris is on deck.
Okay, I'm showing the only thing Mr. Tomlin tested for was THC.
Yes, sir. I can see my life right now. I'd like to put that.
Okay, so here's what I'm going to do. You pled no contest on the domestic. She doesn't even want to pursue it anymore, but I want a monitoring period for you. So I'm not going to do anything with it except let it sit there, but I'm going to let you sign a signature bond of $2,000. So you're getting out on your signature, and then you've got your old case that you've got community service that you still owe on. So you got 24 hours of community service you still owe.
Okay, so I just pressed it, I don't know what it is. So that bonds for the first case, right?
I'm letting you sign a signature, so you're going to get out on your promise to come to court.
Yes.
You do promise.
We'll have that date on it, right? The court date.
Well, I haven't said it yet.
Okay. I can't feel this point of view.
I'm sorry, I didn't hear the last time.
It's just, I ain't got very good hearing, trying to hear.
Okay. Let's make it easy to remember. I'm going to set your next hearing date for July 1st. You get that? July 1st?
Yes, sir.
Okay, you got to be in court in Chesapeake July 1st, and we'll set it.
My hours have to be done, my community service.
Well, I'd like for it to be done then. That would be great if you can get it done by then.
Yeah.
You got 4 days of community service to do. So that gives you a month to get 4 days done. And you can do any what's your work schedule?
It's just really, it's Monday through Saturday, but I got Tuesdays, I can get any day off for community service.
Well, you can work we have community service available any day of the week, even Sundays, but you got to go on Sundays to the dog pound and you got to make an appointment to do that. Otherwise, Monday through Saturday, you just show up at 7:30 a.m. at the courthouse on the west side, and you can work community service that day.
Yes, sir. Sounds good.
So get it done. Come back here on July 1st for your next hearing, and I'll set them sentencing on 24/3/27, and we'll set it as a pretrial and just be a review on 17/984. So to get you out earlier, I'll put them both at 9 a.m.
All right.
So it'll be treated as a review.
Okay.
Any questions as to what you have to do?
No, Your Honor.
Okay. Take care of business.
Yeah,
You too.
State of Ohio recalls Jonathan Harris to Lawrence County Jail.
All right, we're letting the prosecutor do some research on what the, I guess it's adult probation wants on some other cases that he has.
That is correct, Your Honor, and they are aware of these charges, and their intention is to violate him under any circumstances. And I received an indication that perhaps, and this is not a promise or a statement by the prosecutor's office at all, but that they would be looking at sending him to the Star Community Justice Center if he's found to have violated his probation. However, what we have here we believe is serious enough that it needs to be dealt with here, not just assumed that just because he's on probation that they'll take care of meting out punishment. Given the fact that he's on community control, we don't have a problem with agreeing to the counter proposal that he be sentenced to a flat 60 days in jail, of which he, I'm told, has served 30 days.
Yes.
And then no probation. So
Okay.
we'd be okay with that if he wants to do that.
So that means he'll do his jail time here and then he'll have to go to common pleas. Now, one of these is an ODI.
Yes, he'd have ODI penalties too.
Okay. All right, so my understanding, you correct me if I'm wrong, misstated, Mr. Smith, is that Mr. Harris is entering a guilty plea to all pending charges, and the state's going to recommend a flat 60-day sentence with no probation on those matters.
That's correct, Your Honor. That's what I spoke with Mr. Harris prior to the pretrial, and that was the offer we made to the state, and it appears the state's agreed to it, that he would just serve 60 days. He's already served 30, so we asked that all that credit be given. He had 9 days prior on the older case. He serves 30 days sentence, and he...
But that was on another case.
Right.
On these, he got booked in May 10th.
Well, I think it should be from May 10th then. So he served 21 days.
So you're going to, we suspended his jail time in the older case. So you're not asking for that time then?
Suspended the time on the older case.
Yeah, we're here on that case as well, the older case.
Yeah, he had 27 days on that to serve. I mean, I don't know if
He served 9 of the 30, not 3 of the 30.
I think that's separate.
Mr. Harris, I couldn't understand what you said. You were...
I mean, y'all can't figure it out. I was on probation officer, I would just go to the car office.
Okay. We can just set it for trial on the, I mean, that doesn't mean your cases are going away. You've got cases here in addition to your probation violation.
Yeah,
Here's,
I had 9 days. I had already done, because at that time I lost my job. So I had 9 days that I was already done out of the person. So that made me have 21 days instead of 27. I've been in here since the 10th of May.
21 days.
Today's 31st. So that's the end of that sentence.
It's 21
That's
days.
21.
So he'd have the rest of that up to 60. So
So it'll be 30 days, correct?
no, 39, right? 39. I mean, I wasn't even factoring in the case to 23 CRB 429, of which he owed 27 days previously. I don't guess there's been a probation violation filed on that, but there could be.
Well, he had a failure to appear, I thought was, not going to review hearing on that case.
He did have a failure to appear review hearing from March 22nd of this year.
Correct.
He got 30 days in jail, 23 suspended. So he did serve 7 days on that.
Yeah, I thought it was 9 days.
I served 9 days because I lost my job.
Well, that's something the jail can figure out.
Well, we hadn't even factored that in. What we're talking about is the pending charges,
The new ones.
of which we had agreed to recommend 60 days flat and given him credit for the time that he had served on this charge, which would be from May the 10th, just 21 days. So he'd have the rest of the 60 days to serve.
You'd have 30, so based on that, Mr. Harris, you'd have 39 days to serve instead of 30. Do you still want to change your plea, or what do you want to do? 39 more days to serve on all the new charges, yes.
Yeah, but then I'm gonna be violating my probation.
I think they're going to violate you whether you serve one more day or 39 or anything else. I don't know what.
If I don't get found guilty of it, I don't plead guilty of it, they can't violate me.
They can still violate you if they have charges. Yeah, they just have to, that's a different standard than this beyond reasonable doubt in criminal case. They
That's
just,
why you didn't violate it before in the first place. Because when I called.
Okay, here's what I'm gonna do. I'm just gonna set it for a trial.
that's fine, Your Honor.
And,
Well, I'm not understanding all of this. It's like, stuff's getting thrown everywhere. I'm like trying to understand one thing, then y'all say another thing. I'm trying to understand the days, but he's saying the days that I got in is not actually the days that I got in.
They're not counting the days you spent on the previous case towards your sentence on these new cases. They want 60 days for the new cases.
I'm gonna set it for trial June 28th at noon. If he wants to bring it back before then, you can request the court to put it on.
Yeah, we'll have to, because I'm not available the 28th, Your Honor. I'm out of town, so.
Okay, July 1st.
Okay.
July 1st for trial at noon.
And we're going to be asking for 6 months in jail.
That's fine. Okay, that's all, Mr. Harris. Your case is concluded for today. And we are completed at the jail.
State of Ohio versus Trevor DeMint, case number CRA 23514, CRA 23380, CRB 21167, CRA 2630, CRB 2321, CRB 2322, CRB 19667, CRB 19570.
This is set for pretrials.
He is not here, Your Honor. He is compliant with treatment and approach.
Yes.
I also have another letter that I can email you to complete from his counselor at OUP. He is doing well in treatment, so I'm not sure why he's not here, but I can reach out to him and.
Mr. Hill.
Well, we'd like to make sure that he's going to stay compliant. I guess if we'd ask for bench warrant in 7 days if he doesn't.
Since he's compliant with treatment, Your Honor, I'd ask that we continue this and give me a chance to try to get him here without a bench warrant going on. I'll be back here on the 7th, that's a week away. But if we could just set it for that date rather than...
How about the 14th?
14th would be fine, Your Honor.
I'll continue at the defendant's request to June 14th, and he needs to be here at that time.
Okay. Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you.
State of Ohio versus Richard M. Nance, case number CRB 24151, TRC 193086.
Mr. Steyer's case. Yes.
I also have another letter from his counselor that she sent me this morning, and she stated that he is compliant with all of his appointments and his urine drug screens, so he is
very
doing
good.
well.
they wish to proceed. This is not that old case, but it's domestic from March. Now, he's got an old OVI that he needs to get resolved. Community service.
Okay, yeah, I was saying result, I think it's post-conviction, he owes, at one time, 54 hours of community service. Have you been able to get any of that done?
I got all of it done.
Since, you've gotten it done since we got back to court?
No.
Well, it says here you owe 54 hours.
I'm not sure he's done any. I don't know if he has.
Well, it says 60 and 6 hours done on the review card that was in the file when I copied it. So it said out of 60, he had 6 hours done.
Yeah, that's what I'm showing.
Okay, when you said you didn't get any, I thought you meant none at all. I misunderstood.
Outstanding. Yes.
I misunderstood.
That needs to be addressed.
Your Honor, if I may, there has been community service entered. I entered it this past week. I got advised that he had done some community service. And it's been entered, so this file is not updated.
Okay, thank you. All right, so he is working on it. That's good.
Your Honor, if I may, he does still owe some community service. He can come check with me. I don't remember exactly how many hours it is. But he can come check and I'll let you
He's
know.
making an effort to maintain an lawsuit. Continue it for another month approximately.
That'd be fine, Your Honor. We'd be looking at about 28th of June.
That's fine. June 28th for a pretrial on both cases.
Thank you, Your Honor.
You're welcome. Okay, you've done well. Nancy, keep it up.
Thank you.
Thank you, Your Honor.
State of Ohio versus Destiny Pruitt, case number CRB 24103. Destiny Pruitt.
This is the one you were thinking of.
This is the one I was thinking of earlier. Here she comes. I have received discovery in this matter. I need to go over with Ms. Pruitt, so I'm going to ask to reschedule this. We could do June 10th. That would probably
That should work.
for us.
June 10th for pretrial, defendant's request. 10 o'clock.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
State of Ohio versus William T. Green.
Thank you.
Case number CRB 23676, TRC 231715, A, B, and C, CRB 23692.
Your Honor, may we approach for a second?
Yes.
So, Your Honor, on this case, I think we have a resolution. He's going to do the community service. You have to do it here. Okay. He's going to do the community service before we take the plea on anything, but if he gets that done, looks like the state will reduce the charge off of an OVI to something much less.
Okay, so what we discussed was 5 days of community service. How long does he need to get that done?
How long?
How many hours can I get in a day?
6.
6 a day?
So it's 5 days. Yeah, you do 5. If you do we're going to count it as days. So 5 days, 5 6-hour days. You can work any day here, Monday through Saturday.
I'd say give me probably about a month.
Okay. Let's go to the 1st of July sometime.
Okay.
What's your preference there? July 1st is a Monday. We'll have court on July the 5th, unfortunately.
July the 4th and 5th, I'll be in South Carolina for a football tournament, travel football tournament, those dates.
Yeah, so the first.
July
Yeah.
1st. Okay, I'll set it for another pre-trial, July 1st.
Get with Josh out there. He'll schedule that community service with him. Tell him we're doing it before we do anything else. Okay. Okay? All right.
State of Ohio versus Nathaniel James, case number CRB 23317.
It's Mr. Stratton's case, pre-trial. He's at Bethesda.
Yes.
Cash pressure.
Yes.
So you can get to these with the thumb blade.
Yep, still hurts.
Yeah, he's compliant.
Good report.
Very good report. Let me see. What do you think he's gonna?
What's the date of admission?
325. September. Looks like we'll have a completion sometime in September, Your Honor, so
Okay.
gives us an idea when the.
How's the state want to go forward?
We're not opposed to continuing it and allowing him to continue with his treatment.
Yes, Your Honor.
Do you not want to continue with it?
No, I was just, no, I'm willing to finish, yeah.
Okay.
I just have a bum leg and it's just hurting right now.
I didn't understand what you said.
I said I just broke my heel a couple of weeks ago, it's hurting.
Okay. Well, you got a good report, so we won't come back as soon, but we'll keep monitoring your progress.
Absolutely.
Let's make it July 15th.
Yes.
Hopefully you'll be healed up. What did you do to your heel?
I broke it at Lake Vesuvius, broke my heel, jumping in the water. There was a submerged log, and I hit the log.
Oh, that can do it.
Good thing it wasn't your neck.
Yeah, thank God it wasn't my neck.
All right, July 15th will be your next hearing.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you.
State of Ohio versus Brandon McClaskey, case number CRB 22565, CRB 22187.
Mr. Stratton's case for pre-trial.
Yes. How's things going at Mended Reeds? Good. Okay. He's at Mended Reeds, Your Honor.
Permission to approach, Your Honor.
Yes.
And I would like to say that despite what the report says, Mr. McClaskey is indeed compliant. There was a mistake with the notations that was being taken. We are getting an updated report. I have just not been able to get a physical copy of it. All of the rest of the comments on the report are correct,
Okay.
aside from the fact that he is legitimately compliant.
All right, very good. Thank you for that clarification. So we should just continue to monitor them?
Yes, yeah, he has a felony case, correct, that he's still dealing with, but
Okay.
they're the ones that put him in Amended Reads, and we were okay with that.
All right, since they're monitoring him, we can go even further out. Why don't we go to the end of July? then?
Yes.
July 29th?
Yeah, that'll work.
Next hearing is July 29th.
All right.
For pre-trial.
You good to go?
Thank you, Your Honor.
You're welcome. Thank you.
State of Ohio versus Beth R. Mealing, case number CRB 24184.
Mr. Stratton's case, pre-trial. Beth Mueller.
Your Honor, we're just going to, we'll have to set this one for trial.
Okay.
maybe towards the end of July.
That's July 22nd?
Yes, that'll work. At noon, Your Honor?
At noon for trial.
All right.
State of Ohio versus Stephanie Pauley, case number CRB 24257.
What date, Sean, for the trial?
July
Deputy
22nd.
Hallways, Mr. Stratton's case, pretrial.
Yes, Your Honor. She was just arraigned on the 6th. We still need to get discovery in the case before we decide what to do with it. So we just set up for another pretrial in a couple of weeks, maybe, well, after the 17th, sounds like it. 24th or 28th.
We gotta figure out.
24th?
Yes.
June 24th. So pretrial, 10 o'clock.
Thank you.
No, this is Stephanie Pauley. I know they just talk.
Okay. When did Polly get moved to?
June 24th.
June 24th.
State of Ohio versus Emily A. Smith, case number CRB 23627.
Emily, you said allowed her to go back to OVP. She's been there since, I believe, the 24th.
Verbal report for her.
Yes, she is still compliant, Your Honor. She's doing well in the program.
And when's she scheduled to complete?
She is due to complete the end of this month. We have found her placement in long-term treatment, but she brought up to me this morning that it was agreed that she could go to outpatient. Her lawyer had informed her.
Your
so-
Honor, may I approach for a second?
Yes. Well, I don't think the court ever agreed to that, so.
That was my mistake on that, Your Honor. I thought she had to wait longer to complete OVP, but I didn't realize it was so soon, so.
I'm gonna go with whatever the recommendation is. If it's recommended that she go into the base program, and that's what I'm required to do. And I think there's been quite a history here, so. On first blush, my thinking would be she probably needs inpatient, but I'll let OVP make that.
That's why we just needed clarification so that we were all on the same page, and then we will go with what her treatment team recommends.
And did you say, when do you think the actual date is?
I believe,
It's the 20th.
yeah.
June.
20th of June, okay, so we got some time to work on it. Let's come back on June 17th,
Yes, Your Honor.
and then we should get a plan in place then. June 17th will be your next meeting, pre-trial, 10 o'clock.
Thank you, Your Honor.
You're welcome.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Misunderstanding on it.
State of Ohio versus Heather Noel Summer, case number CRB 24174, A and B.
Mr. Stratton's case for pre-trial.
Yes, Your Honor. Discovery was requested, and so we received discovery, but I don't believe the state has received a video in this matter yet. And Heather Summer.
Missy sent a text request to get it.
So we'll just need to reset it to get the video, if the video exists.
We are seeking the video.
Any estimates how long that's going to take? Is this at Walmart or?
It is.
Yes.
So it shouldn't take that long. We got video everywhere, folks. You in Walmart, every move. Don't go there to shoplift. Not a good idea. June 17th?
Yes.
Is that Monday?
Is that a Monday?
17th, 10 o'clock.
Is that a Monday, Your Honor?
It's a Monday. Should prefer a Friday?
Yeah, Friday.
June 21st.
21st.
June 21st.
That's Friday. Yeah. Okay.
State of Ohio recalls Austin Browning, case number KRC 241150 A and B.
This is on sentencing, and Mr. Browning was going to go fetch his insurance information. Were you able to get it, sir?
Yeah, I got it.
Can I bring it up? They'll come get it. And your property was the only property damaged, I take it?
Yes.
Okay, he's got a State Farm insurance card effective March of this year through September. This was in May, so that this will go in the file. Anything else you want to tell me, sir? His case number is 2411. 2411.
No.
Okay. You got a high test score, so I'm going to give you a high fine.
Okay.
$700 fine. More you pay the court costs. 6-month license suspension, and that starts May 25th. 20 days in jail, I'll suspend it all. Order you to do 5 days community service, 2 years of level 4 probation. You have to go to the driver intervention program. There's one starting in Lawrence County this month, and there was somebody here from, she's left.
She left.
I'm sorry?
She left.
Okay.
Engaged in probation.
Okay, we'll get you the contact information. You don't have to go to the one here, you can go to any one that's approved by the state. The one in Scioto County is the same price, there's one cheaper in Chillicothe, so it's up to you. But you gotta get the proof file that you did, or I gotta put you in jail, that's what the legislature says. Okay. You don't wanna go to jail.
No.
Trust me on that. Your review hearing is gonna be November 27th at 24. You understand what that means?
November 27th?
You understand what a review hearing is? I'm talking.
Yeah.
Okay. That's the judgment day. Did you do it or did you not do it? And if you don't show up, I don't want you to go to jail, but that's how you can go to jail. And that's how a lot of people go to jail. They blow it off. As I say, I'm an old guy. I used to have to do my homework. Now it's like, I don't want to do my homework. Well, you don't have to do your homework. Yeah, this is like old school. It's not like 7th grade math homework. Nothing's going to happen if you don't do it. Now something's going to happen if you don't do it. You're going to go to jail. You understand?
Yes, sir.
Okay, so just do it. Never see the inside of the jail. It's on you. Okay, you got 5 days community service to do. And you got to go to that driver intervention program. It'll say DIP on your judgment entry. I'm going to give you as I understand, you just want the limited driving privileges. You don't want to put the
Yeah, I just want to
drive
drive.
on.
Yeah.
Okay. So I'll give you limited driving privileges to drive to and from work, community service, and to the DIP school.
Okay.
Okay. Any other extraordinary things you need to drive for?
No.
Okay. So what, you're going to have a piece of paper that says, I allow you to drive for these things.
Yeah.
And then, but it's going to show up on your printout that you're suspended. Okay. So this is an old guy talking to a young guy.
Yes, sir.
The best thing, it's easy not to get pulled over. You know how you not get pulled over? Use your turn signal, obey the traffic laws, don't speed. Because you're going to have a lot of explaining to do when you get pulled over. especially if you go out of state. Now, the local people, they're pretty much going to accept it. And I haven't had too much trouble even out of state, but a few people have had to go in front of the judge in Kentucky and explain why they're driving in their state when they just got a piece of paper that says they're allowed. Best thing, don't give them probable cause to stop you. Obey the law.
Yes, sir.
Then you won't have to do any explaining.
Yes, sir.
Okay? On the failure to control, I'll impose a $50 fine.
Thank you.
Then you need to go see Mr. Cooper out in the lobby, or he may be over in the probation office to your left. Check in with him. I think that covers everything. You have any questions?
Yes, sir.
He'll give you the permit to drive.
All right.
You get that from him. And then you got that review hearing November 27th. Just get it done before then. You don't have to worry about coming to the review hearing. 9 o'clock, November 27th.
All right.
November 27th, 9 a.m. Got it, that's all.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
State of Ohio recall Hunter Tooley, case number CRB 24329, CRA 24328, CRB 24292, CRB 23147.
Mr. Morford's case. Took a little break to let you consult with Mr. Tooley, since we hadn't had a chance to do that since these new charges were filed.
We've talked, Judge.
How do you want to proceed?
I understand Mr. Hill wants a $7,500 bond. I've had conversations with Mr. Tooley's grandmother. The most that she could afford would be a $2,500 bond, Judge.
Okay.
I
Is
have
she
a
here
young
today, or
man.
you called her, or what?
I'm sorry.
Did you call her, or is she here today?
She's here. Do you want me to have her come in? She's in a wheelchair, Judge.
No, that's okay, we don't need her. I'm
Okay.
going to give her, cut her a break, though.
Now, Judge, just so you know, she's an alleged victim on one of these charges.
Well, that happens. Well,
Could we approach Judge?
yeah. Is he living with her, or? Okay.
Yes.
Well, maybe I do need her in here then. I think I do need her. On these new charges, she's okay.
Then I think the judge would like to ask you a couple, you stay here.
Okay.
Because I think you can have a couple questions.
Okay.
So I understand you want to post bond for your grandson,
Yes, sir.
and he's been living with you,
Yes, sir.
and you're also the victim in one of these pending matters, right?
No.
Not? You don't think so? Okay. I'm going to set bond at 1,500, so I know that, so I'm going to make it about as low as we can go on the bond, because the money's coming out of your pockets. That victimizes you again by him, his activities. I would be ashamed if I were you to drag your grandmother in here, to make her post bond, and then suck off of her and make her the victim again. So you're going to be on a short list. In addition to the bond, I'm requiring you to go to amended reads and be there every session that they set out for you. If you miss one session, I'm putting you in jail.
Sir?
Do you understand me?
Yes, sir.
And I don't want you to raise your voice to this woman. I want you to do everything she tells you to do, or you can just go to jail and live there. Am I understood?
Yes, sir.
You don't talk back to her. you don't do anything that she doesn't want you to do. You do everything she tells you to do. When she tells you to do it, how she tells you to do it. You understand me?
Yes, sir.
You're okay with that, aren't you?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
There's also going to be order of protection.
Oh, we have to add something to that.
Okay, your order to stay away from Zoe McGinnis.
There's also a victim on the burglary charge, Sierra, what is it? Kemper. We'd like to add that one too.
Can we get the amended Reed's guy back? What's his name? Brandon. He's probably not back to Ironton by now, is he? Call him, tell him to do a U-turn. Come back. We need Brandon from Amended Reed's. So $1,500 bond, cash or surety that grandma's gonna post. And you're gonna have to use, I'm assuming you don't have $1,500 in cash, you're gonna use the bail bondsman?
Yes, sir.
Okay, well that, so, and the reason I want this, if he doesn't show up now, the bail bondsman's gonna go get him. You understand that? He can't get away.
He'll be here in a few minutes.
Okay. I want Hunter to stay and talk to Brandon from Amended Reed's, set up counseling. And then when are we coming back to the next hearing? A couple weeks?
That would be good, Judge.
Were the other charges set for sometime soon?
Well, he had failed to appear on May 28th for, looks like these other charges. But he came in on his own today, so.
Because we got the dates mixed up, I got the dates mixed up, I'm sorry.
Now, listen, this stuff is his fault.
Right, okay. I had dialed for that day and I didn't do that.
The burglary is,
I know you do, I know you do, and I want to help him.
what's the name? Sierra, C-I-A-R-A, Kempers, K-E-M-P-E-R-S. Yeah, he will be 21 coming up here pretty soon, right? July the 9th. You're a fully grown man. At least in my generation, you're considered a grown man. Now, I don't know about today if you're considered fully grown. You should be.
Right.
Responsible for yourself. So start acting like a fully grown man. And not a 12-year-old kid. Okay, so we're going to come back. We'll make it June 14th.
Thank you, Judge.
That's on the CRA, the burglary.
Yeah, there's going to be a time waiver until then, right?
Yes, time
There
waits.
is, and now we're not making any promises as to how we're going to proceed.
So the state's keeping it here for now. So Mr. Tooley, the best thing you can do, if you don't want to get indicted, because you got a felony charge, listen to me. I said, you don't want an indictment, do you? Do you know what that means?
We're in prison.
It means a bunch of people meet in secret called a grand jury, your fellow citizens, and they hear the evidence about you, and they say, yeah, we think this guy did this. It's so serious that they can't just file it directly. They have to have a bunch of your fellow citizens look at it and return an indictment. That's how serious it is. What they're saying now is they won't even take it to the grand jury if you'll do what you're supposed to. You won't get indicted, because you know what happens? You get indicted, you go to the other court, common pleas. You can then go to prison. Trust me, you don't want to go to prison, do you? Okay. It's in your hands, whether you go to prison or not. What you got to do is keep your nose clean, do what you're supposed to, go to your sessions, treat your grandmother right, treat everybody right, but especially her. she should be, I don't know what your other family members are, but she should be at near the top of your list of people that you are good to, and go out of your way to help. Mr. Hill.
Your Honor, we're not making any kind of representation about whether we might take the case to the grand jury or not.
Yeah, I didn't finish my thought, because they can still take it to the grand jury if they want to, but if you mess up, they're for sure going to take it. So your best chance of not getting indicted is to come in here with good reports and do what you're supposed to. Because you know what? There's a lot of people that don't do what they're supposed to, and they're all going to get pushed in front of you. So do what you're supposed to, get good reports, and then maybe you won't get indicted. That's the best chance you have of not getting indicted. Okay? Talk to Mr. Morford. I think he'll confirm what I've just told you.
Absolutely.
Okay, we're coming back June 14th, but he's going to have to be, let's put him back in the holding cell so he gets the full experience. He's going to be back in the holding cell until Grandma posts a bond. So we'll let Mr. Sowards know she wants to post bond. And then here's the other thing I would suggest, man. If he starts acting out, just call Mr. Sowards or the prosecutor, but Mr. Sowards does not want to pay $1,500. He almost never pays the bonds. You know why? Because he will come and snatch him up and take him to the jail if he gets out of line. Just call him and say, he's going to violate his bond. He'll come and get him, take him to the jail. Problem solved. Okay. He's remanded into custody until the bond's posted.
Thank you, Judge.
June 14th.
June 14th at 9 o'clock.
Yeah.
Judge, are you going to call Mr. Sowards? You want me to?
I want you.
Thank you.
State of Ohio versus Tracy Dillon, case number PRC 24882. And
This is Mr. Morford's case set for pre-trial.
Did you get my report?
We didn't get one from her sheriff, but they sent it yesterday.
They what?
They sent it here yesterday.
Well, this is a first offense. So we're okay. She'd have to do the 3-day driving school if she don't want to go to jail. It's a refusal, so the judge sometimes gives a higher fine. 6-month driver's license suspension, suspended jail sentence. Make sure she does everything.
What he's offered is go to the driving school for 3 days instead of going to jail. You can check in the hotel.
Yeah, I know that.
You're going to get a fine because you're going to be in 6 months suspended jail sentence. Can you do that?
Yeah, I'll do that.
So I'm texting Mr. Sowards too because he has a bond forfeiture hearing today. He's not here.
Thank you. I have a change of plea, Your Honor.
What plea she was in?
Guilty.
Is that correct, ma'am?
Yes, sir.
Okay, this is on an OVI with a refusal and a failure to charge. Was there damage to some, looks like maybe another vehicle was struck?
Just what is it, light, and my insurance is taking care of it. It didn't do nothing to mine.
Okay, you did show, it does show that you had proof of insurance, and you turned that
Yeah,
in to your insurance company? and
Yes.
They're dealing with it?
all state.
Okay, Mr. Sauer says he's leaving Calvert County Courthouse right now to come this way. So, Grandma he should be here to talk to her. Any recommendation from the state?
Your Honor, it's a first offense. Our recommendation would be a suspended jail sentence on the condition that she complete the 3-day driver intervention program, 6-month driver's license suspension. We take no position on fine, but it was a refusal. And we wouldn't take any position on any other sanctions.
Anything you want to say, Ms. Dillon?
How much was my fine?
The judge
Take that
will
position on fine.
Okay, that's it.
I'm sorry.
That's all I needed to ask.
Okay. Well, there was a refusal. Does she have any explanation on that? It's marked as a refusal to take tests.
I don't believe so, Judge.
Okay, well, I give $1,000 fine for people that refuse to take tests. So,
How long do I have to pay that off?
the end of time, or?
Okay.
We don't ever let the warrants go, so if you don't pay, we just issue a warrant, it'll hang out there forever until you get arrested. So, we'll take payments, make a good faith effort to get it finished, and I'll work with you.
Okay, do I do community service?
You're gonna have community service to do too, so I'll finish it.
Okay.
You got a 6-month license suspension, and it started the day of the offense, because she refused to, she got an automatic license suspension. 20 days in jail suspended, 5 days community service, 2 years of level 4 probation. You have to go to the driver intervention program. I can give you permit to drive for work, community service, the driver intervention program, any other reasons that you absolutely have to drive.
Medical. Doctor, yeah.
He had a number of medical issues, Judge.
I'll put medical in there.
And how will I get that paper?
You're going to meet with Mr. Cooper, he'll give you the permit.
Okay.
Then she had a failure to control, and I'll impose a $25 fine on that. So you're going to meet with Mr. Cooper, he'll go over your probation terms, give you your driving permit. Your review hearing is November 27th. So you got all summer and most of the fall to get this all done. If you do, you don't have to come to that hearing. But if you don't get it done, you got to come to the hearing. If you don't show up, you get a warrant.
Okay.
And that's at 9.
Just get it done.
I will.
November 27th for review at 9 o'clock.
Thank you, Judge.
Thank you so much.
State of Ohio versus Travis L. Black, case number CRB 23743. Travis Black.
Okay, and Mr. Morford is the attorney on that. Well, good, Mr. Black. Haven't seen you for a while.
Yes, sir. I'm doing great. Thank you for asking.
May I press your honor?
Yes. Okay, so does council want to approach them to be appropriate? Well, they gave you a t-shirt too.
Yes, sir. For a baseball and cornhole tournament that they was having,
Nice.
they wanted me to wear it. Yes, sir. Yes,
They've
sir.
never given me a t-shirt. So.
Appreciate that.
That's so much to do.
Mayor can get first. It's not a problem, I'm saying.
Who's here with Travis? So I've spoken with his, what are your relations to him?
I'm his grandmother.
Okay, and what's your,
I'm just a really good friend of him. I've known him for a while. I just want to see if y'all would let him go home.
so this young lady in the red t-shirt is a manager at Long John Silver's and says that Mr. Black has been an employee there before and does a very good job. I guess our feeling is that he's come so far and he spent a lot of time there at that hospital getting better. I'd hate to see next week we hear he's relapsed and gone back into some behaviors that he doesn't want and we don't want. Where he's at right now, I think he can get some more help for him to transition his way back home. His grandmother wants him home right now. She's crying about it, and I understand that. So sometimes you just don't know what's best. But where he's at right now, I think is a good place for him.
Can I say something? Can I say something?
What's the defense position?
He can't work up to me. Since we're discussing remaining Bethesda.
You want to take a break and talk about it?
I think we're okay now. Are you okay with remaining at Bethesda and working towards passage so you can help grandmother?
Yeah.
And then you can return to work?
Eventually, yes. So,
I think he's willing to finish out Bethesda, Judge.
Okay. Well, I don't think this is going to be a months-long process. I just think we want to make sure you're stable. My understanding is one of the big issues is taking medication. We want to make sure that you are compliant with your medication and are going to continue to be compliant with your medication, because you're going to have to do it, or you're going to have to supervise yourself at some point.
Yes, sir.
And that's the whole goal. And also, we need some input from, is it Mr. Tickner, is that your father?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay. Because he's not here, and he's actually the one on the complaint as the complaining party.
Yeah, he was wanting to do it. He didn't even want to press charges against me.
Well, let's set it fairly soon and come back, and it would be good if he was here. So, and does he have a job then back at the, can he get his job back, or do you know?
Oh, we would most likely take him back in a heartbeat. He was an excellent employee for us.
Okay.
I was one of the top
And
guys.
he was really the top, top employee.
Okay. Well, I guess maybe in a week, let's come back in a week. June 7th, things were born then. And let's get Mr. Tickner here. Can we get him here on the 7th?
Well, our prior notes indicate
Or
that
you talked to him before?
really didn't want to even have anything more to do with this, so
Okay.
we'll try to get him here.
Well, let's look toward maybe even transitioning then back to home.
I think it's enough time to kind of monitor to make sure he's going to be able to take his medications and stuff.
Okay. Tell me, what was your experience in Athens?
I was on the work program there. Yeah, it was good. I started working after the first 3 weeks I was there. They was able to put me on the work program. And usually it takes 30 days before someone could actually be in the work program, and they set me up that early.
Were you working at the facility or off campus?
I was working at the facility.
Okay. Well, I just interested because I have other people go there, and I've always gotten a good report. We don't have that many go, but I've had a few people go there and just want to see what your experience was. You look really good. You look like it benefited you, and I'm happy about that. So.
Yes, Your Honor. Thank you so much.
Yeah, we want you to be successful. I don't think, we're trying to keep you down. I just don't want to see you go backwards. So I want to transition back to, you can live at home, get back to work, and do what you're supposed to do.
Yeah, I was going to make things right with my father as well.
Okay. All right, well, we'll see you on June 7th.
Yes, Your Honor. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Judge.
State of Ohio versus Amanda Hicks, case number TRD 12-1804, TRD 12-456, TRD 08-162. Hey, Butch.
Good, how are you?
Mr. Savage, there's somebody in the back. I don't know if you knew that.
Yes, Your Honor, I didn't know if I needed to get in here for that forfeiture hearing first, or...
We can call whenever you're ready. If you want to do it next, we're going to talk to him. Or his grandmother is the one that's actually going to post the farm.
Okay.
Oh, okay.
I'll just wait on my forfeiture hearing.
Okay, we'll just call it. Do you have a report, Mr. Morrison?
I do, Judge.
Yes, sir. You're welcome. Okay, that's a good report. Now, it's my understanding, I'm not gonna say too much publicly, but that we're gonna get a recommendation for a transport person.
Yeah, I'm not for sure, because it is in
Or is
Lexington.
it, is it even a good idea for that transport to happen? I'm a little weary of that.
Right, I understand that. I mean, I know.
And I'm not gonna tell,
Yeah,
I'm not gonna have her know that it's coming from you, but I
Right.
figure you know
yeah,
better than
yeah.
all of us, because we're right in the situation.
Right, she said that, her friend Elizabeth, and I said, you know, we still need to, try to figure the days out and stuff.
I'm just gonna have her go down and back. I don't want her-
Right, I mean, I just need to figure out which day it can be on and stuff, but yeah, I think that to go down and back would be okay. She needs to, I guess, I don't know, she just really wants to go down there because, you know, he can't see and he wants, they removed both of them, his eyes.
So he lost his vision totally?
Yeah, they took out the right eye and then they now took out the left one, but he is off life support, but, it's.
She's not taking the kids, right?
No, they're too
Well,
little, they're 2 and
that-
3, but yeah, that is their
That
father.
would be advisable, because that's what they told me at first, you wanted to get the kids and take them.
No, no, I think just her, but I'm gonna make sure that her ride is safe and everything's good. But, I mean, as far as like,
She's done really well, I
she
don't want
said-
to see her go backwards.
right, she seems like she's doing good. She was really upset the first day, or the first few days when she found out, but she's, handling it pretty well. And she just said she just wants to go down there to see him and then, you know, straight back.
All right,
But-
I'll authorize a day pass for that.
Thank you very much for that, and I appreciate everything. Mr. Craig Hellinger spoke to me as well, and he told me that he had a conversation with you, so I really appreciate everything. But it's just
Well,
a
I
sad,
mean-
tragic incident that's happened.
It is, but, and I was skeptical and weary at first that maybe it was just a ploy to get out. And I
Right.
knew you would know.
Yep.
And I
That's
figured
right.
you were concerned also, and
Yes.
who they initially wanted her released to, I didn't think was an appropriate person.
Right,
So
yeah.
I disagreed with that.
I did too.
So,
Yep.
okay,
But thank you for helping us and stuff. How do you want me to, do you just want me to make sure that the ride's good? How do you want me, how do
Well,
I
you-
handle that?
The name they suggested to me, what I believe was Elizabeth Bias,
Yeah.
and you think that's an appropriate person?
Yeah, she was a pretty good friend to Haley, but,
And
if that'd be okay.
I don't want to release her to somebody that's using her.
Absolutely, I agree. I will make sure, that's what I told her too. I said, could they pass a drug screen? So, she said she
Okay, I
could.
could order that, but they take a
Yeah.
urine screen before.
That's fine. But I just don't know exactly who and what day, but, I will make sure it's a good person.
Well,
We definitely don't need to go backwards right now.
do you want me to wait till you give a name, or is this Elizabeth Bias okay?
I'm pretty sure she's fine, yeah.
Okay. I'll order that she come in for a urine screen before then. So
Okay.
if she's dirty, then I'm not gonna let her go.
Right.
Okay.
All right, thank you.
That's, so everybody's sitting there thinking, what the heck are they talking about? Which is okay, they don't need to know all that, you understand.
Yes.
Okay, you're doing good, Haley's doing good, we don't want to go backwards, let's keep going forward. And let's set another hearing in a month.
Okay.
Well, we can even, how about July 1st, Mr. Morphy?
I'm good then, Judge.
July 1st. Good job, man, keep it up.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
This is the guy that you need to get hold of. He made mine.
State of Ohio versus Natalie Hall, HCRA 24177.
This is the bond forfeiture issue. Mr. Sowers is on the bond. It is actually Mr. Morford's case, but it was his client. This was actually a felony. She failed to appear and a warrant was issued and there was a bond up.
Judge, I believe this was the one that gave a fictitious name.
She is, Your Honor. Your Honor, I'm sorry about my attire. I didn't know I was going to be in court today. I've arrested her already. I texted you on May the 9th. She gave the name of Natalie Hall. Her real name is Joanna Harris. And I'd found that out during my search for her. Found her hiding in a closet in Huntington under a pile of clothes. So when I went to arrest her under Natalie Hall, knowing she was really Joanna Harris, she reassumed the Joanna Harris name and said, "I'm not Natalie Hall, I'm Joanna Harris." So anyway, I told her that I knew all about all that, and she finally confessed. But I booked her in the jail, and I think they refiled the charges under.
Is she at the best of it?
She is an inpatient assessment.
Joanna Harris?
Yes, I want her.
All right, I'll release the bond then. Sorry you had to come in and straighten that out.
That's okay, Your Honor.
And then it's my understanding the other lady went to get money to post bond.
And the Natalie Hall is her sister.
Right.
So it's a real person that Joanna carries her ID with her, and I think they look very much alike. So she's able to pass that off quite often, so.
And it sounds like this case needs to be dismissed if it hasn't been.
Yes.
All right, I'll dismiss these charges.
Thank you, Judge.
Thank you, Mr. Sheriff.
You're welcome.
State of Ohio versus Kyle White, case number TRD 24599, A and B.
Okay, this is set for a pretrial today, Mr. White, and I had made a note that you were going to hire an attorney, is that correct?
Yes, Your Honor. I looked into it. I wasn't able to afford one. So I've been trying to save up money for it, but as of right now, I'm just going to represent myself.
Okay. Do you have that file, Mr. Hughes?
I do, Your Honor.
You want to tell Mr. White what the state would offer him in this matter?
Your Honor, if he were to change his plea to guilty, we would recommend a suspended jail sentence on the condition that Mr. White would attend the 3-day driver intervention program. We would recommend a 6-month driver's license suspension. We would take no position on a fine. There was no test. I looked for indication that there was a refusal, but
I didn't refuse it. The machine faulted out at the station.
Yeah,
so there's no evidence.
Yeah. So, given that, a minimal fine would be what we would recommend.
Okay, is that of any interest to you, Mr. White?
No, Your Honor. I would not like to plead guilty at all.
Okay, well, we'll set it for a trial then.
Okay.
Would Judge Green's like to have a trial? How much time does the state need to get ready?
Well, we probably don't need that much time. It's just a matter of making sure that our trooper is available on the day that we set it. It's Trooper White, and we just set another one today that he's the trooper on. And let's see, which one was it?
That's July 1st, okay. Well, let's make sure, since you're serving as your own counsel, one of the things, when you're lawyers, they mail stuff back and forth to each other, and it's considered good service.
Yes, Your
So we need a good mailing address for you, so if something happens and they want to send you a notice or a motion or something like that, they can get it to you. Now,
Yes,
the address I've got on the complaint is 17843 Bear Creek Road, Catlettsburg, Kentucky.
Correct.
41129.
Yes, sir.
That is your correct address?
Yes, sir.
And you received mail there?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Your Honor, June 24th was when Trooper White was going to be here on Brandon's call.
Okay.
And I believe it was just set today. I'm just thinking as far as, I
There's
know
no
that
trial set that day, so we could set it then.
there's a suppression hearing set that day, but.
Yeah, there is one motion.
So, I mean, that's, at least we know the trooper's going to be available.
All right, I'll set it for trial, June 24th at noon.
Yes, Your Honor. I do have one question.
Yes, sir.
If I was to afford a attorney before then, I could still get one?
Sure, yeah,
Okay.
you're always welcome to get an attorney.
Okay.
So, if you're going to represent yourself and you have witnesses you want called, you need to have them here. If you want to compel somebody to come testify, you can have a subpoena issued through the clerk's office.
Yes, Your Honor.
Do you have any questions?
No, Your Honor.
Okay, June 24th at noon for trial.
Yes, sir.
State of Ohio versus Justin Nose, case number TRC 24-100 A and B.
Okay, and this is Mr. Drew's case, set for pretrial. And Mr. Drew's been apparently patiently waiting. I know this is a very big docket today, so I apologize, I'm sure you had to wait.
Not a problem, Your Honor.
So he's appearing by teleconference. What can we do today?
Your Honor, I think it's going to be a plea. I would ask the prosecutor what his offer is and recommendation.
Well, it's a first offense, but it's a high score. And so ordinarily that's going to mean at least 3 days in jail. If there was some indication that maybe there was a substance abuse problem that led to this, we would entertain the idea of having Mr. Nose enter into some treatment and follow the directions of the treatment provider, and come back for sentencing at a later date. And our recommendation on the sentencing could be influenced by how successful he is in treatment, if that's a factor.
And I would ask my client that I don't believe it is. I just believe this was a one-off, first time. I don't think he priors. And it was just that night, that's all.
That'd be it.
All right, Mr. Nose, do you agree with your attorney? You want to change your plea to guilty?
Yes.
Is there anything you want to tell me?
No.
All right, Mr. Drew, anything you want to say before I do the sentencing?
Your Honor, we would ask the mandatory minimum in this matter, and I know with the height here, it would be 6 days. If the court is going to give the 6 days, I would ask you be allowed to do those 6 days into a 6-day program, and put at least one program that there may be more that could allow him to do that. He has no prior of anything from what I know.
Is there an option of 3 days in jail and 3-day driving school?
Yes.
So we wouldn't oppose that if he wanted to do that.
Okay.
Well, the 6-day program is a replacement of the 3 and 3, and that is allowed, or allowed. I know there's one in Stark County, and I believe there might be one down in the southern part of Ohio, but I'm not sure. I'd have to look into that.
I've never done that, and I wasn't aware that there was such a program, so.
Yeah, it's offered in Stark County once a month.
I don't know anything about that. So.
Okay.
If you want to delay sentencing and come back and convince me, but if I sentence him today, he's going to be 3 days in jail, 3 days in the treatment program.
I'll let my client decide that. Do you want to do the plea, delay sentencing, and come back and allow me to get that information to the court?
No, I'd like to get it over with.
Okay.
All right, so are you employed, sir?
Yes.
Where do you work?
I work for Thayer Power.
I'm not familiar with that.
Build power lines.
Okay, so are you away when you're working, or are you
Yes.
local? So I'll give you some time to report for jail, and I'll let you do it starting on a weekend if you would prefer. When will you be available?
Anytime.
I mean, you could go today if you want and get the 3 days over, or I can set it up to maximize the weekend time. You could come back on a Friday and start then if you wanted.
I would like to come back on a Friday.
Okay. Well, let's look. Can you tell me what your schedule's going to be? I can do it next Friday. Give me some Friday within the next month or so when you could report for jail for the 3 days. What would be
Can I get
that?
2 weeks from now?
Okay, that's the 14th?
Yes.
Okay, I'll do that. I'm going to give you a $900 fine because your score is so high, 21, that's really high. So my usual rule is the higher you test, the higher I make the fine. So $900 fine, or you pay the court costs. You get a 6-month license suspension. That started the day of the offense. So you don't have that much longer to go on your suspension. Now, I'm not showing you had any proof of insurance. Did you have insurance?
I did, and I have insurance with me today.
You have proof of it with you today?
Yes, I do.
Okay, I'll need to see that, Mr. James. And you got something that's going to show it was in effect on January 19th?
No, not this one. This would be the updated version.
Okay.
I can get an older one.
Okay. Yeah. Can you get it in here today?
Yes.
Okay. You need to bring it to the clerk's office by 4 today. Okay. Proof of insurance, it's 120 now. Is it at Willwood, is that where you are? Or?
Yeah, it's about 40 minutes away.
Okay, well, you should be able to do that. Otherwise, once we send it on to the DMV, they're going to give you a suspension if there's no proof of insurance. Okay? So get that into the clerk. So we'll just leave it blank at this point. 5 days community service, 2 years of level 4 probation, 20 days in jail, 17 suspended. Report for your 3 days on June 14th by 11 a.m. So you'll come here to the court for start your 3 days. So half the day, or at least a few hours, you'll be sitting here, but you'll get credit for it as jail time. He had a failure to control, $25 fine on that. His review hearing is November 27th at 9 a.m. You'll need to speak with Mr. Cooper, or just go get your insurance and then come back and speak to him. Make sure you get here by 4. Do you have any questions, sir?
No.
All right. You're free to go.
Thank you, Your Honor.
You're welcome.
State of Ohio versus Joseph E. Edens, case number PRC 23910, PRC 211918.
Your Honor, Tyler Smith's case. Yes.
Mr. Edens has finished all of his community service and fines on his old cases.
All right, thank you.
He completed this last month.
Okay, so what we're here for, I mean, I delayed sentencing on his last ODI all this time, so, correct? And he finished the old one.
Yes.
And I also think I got a report that he had done, pretty much completed his treatment program at RG. They're not here today, but they sent me a text earlier. So how's the state want to proceed? I guess You can mark 21-19-18 completed. How do we want to proceed on 23-9-10? Pled that I hadn't since. And it's, I think, a third.
It's a third. We've been through a lengthy program.
But two of them were on bicycles.
I think they were
all.
Yeah.
Maybe that counts as a half.
I think it counts a little bit, and I think that his effort counts a little bit too. And so I hope that this is the last one. You know, I've thought about the bicycle OVI, and you think, well, that's not so dangerous, but heck, you could kill somebody if they ran over you. You know, then they lose control of their vehicle. I hope he doesn't ever have that again. I hope he keeps riding his bicycle, just not after it's been
I've
drinking.
given all up. I've given all up.
Well, I know you've been at this a long time, and if the court didn't order him to jail, it wouldn't kill us. It wouldn't be offensive to the state, because he's put forth a lot of effort. We just want him to stay sober and safe.
Did I just hear you say you've given it all up? Does that include drinking?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
I've given
You
everything.
giving up the bicycle too?
No, I'm
Okay, you're still riding the bicycle.
Just sober.
yeah.
Because you used to ride to Huntington every day, right? When you went to work? You rode the
Yeah, I
bike.
did, but I'm retired now.
Okay. I used to see you crossing the bridge on the bike.
I'm 65 now, so I
You
took a
can still
break.
ride a bike when you're older than that. I've crossed that bridge a lot of times on my bicycle.
I still do, but I've given up the alcohol.
You never supposed to restaurant.
Well, that's, you know, that's the latest scientific evidence is that none of it's good for you. There's no amount of alcohol that's good for you. They used to say, well,
Right.
it's good for you. Now they're saying any of it's bad.
It's all bad.
Yeah. Especially if you're an alcoholic, which I think you were, or are. So, all right, so let's go ahead
If I
and do
get
this.
started on one, I won't stop until I get 5 or 6 in me.
Yeah, well, that's a sign that you had a problem.
So I decided to leave them all alone.
Okay, on your OVI, I'll give you I'm gonna give you the minimum fine, $375, because I don't think you got a lot of money laying around.
Your Honor, is this a third?
It is, but I'm treating it as a first, sort of. $375 fine. Because of your efforts and all your treatment that you've done, and that I believe you when you say you've given it up, so I'm
I've given
reward
all.
you for that. 6-month license suspension. I don't think you drive anyway, do you? You don't drive.
All right.
That'll start last year, July 4th. I'm gonna give you this. I'm gonna give you 60 days in jail, but I'm suspending all of it. So if you do mess up, I
Thank you.
got 2 months I can give you in jail for messing up. And trust that that doesn't happen. You're still able to do community service, aren't you?
Yeah.
Okay. Let's make it, because we're giving you quite a deal. I want you to do 60 hours of community service, because we've got weed eaters that'll just fit your hand.
Yeah, I know, I'm familiar with
So
it, quite familiar with it.
you've been doing it anyway, so. I'm going to delete the dip requirement, because you've done a lot more than 3 days of treatment, so that's not going to help you, it just costs you money. So you don't have to go to the dip school.
Thank you.
2 years of level 4 probation. And I'll say his first review hearing for November 27th. Okay, good work.
Thank you.
to Mr. Cooper, which I know you know him anyway, so just talk to him about what you need to do.
State of Ohio versus Brian A. Massey, case number CRA 23765.
Massey's at ODP.
Yes, Your Honor, and he has remained compliant with the program.
And this is a felony matter, so how's the state going to go forward on it?
We're okay with him completing the program. He still has a ways to go.
He's in our outpatient office now, so he's doing outpatient at this point.
Well, I guess we've been at it for almost a year and a half. Is that right? January, yeah, almost. No,
That
that's
was
23.
December 23.
Yeah, so 5 months.
Not quite.
Well, he's made progress, right? Is it time to close the case, or do we continue to monitor him? I would prefer that we continue to monitor a little bit.
We could continue to monitor, and I will get the suggestion of his counselor and everybody at the outpatient office.
6 weeks, come back.
That's fine, Your Honor.
July 15th.
That's fine.
Next hearing, July 15th.
Thank you, Your Honor.
You're welcome.
State of Ohio versus Jeremy J. Kearns, case number CRA 23738, CRA 23739. Jeremy Kearns.
Good.
May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
It's just the way it is. It's not a typical one.
Okay, it's a good report. This is a preliminary hearing and pre-trial today.
Oh, yeah, it is. What's our completion date? Idea.
Towards the end of this month. Towards the middle of this month.
June. Okay. Looks like he's going to complete in June, Your Honor.
Okay.
So,
Yeah, projected date.
It looks around like June 15th, June 18th, somewhere in that week. We normally graduate him at the end of the month, and I believe he's going to sober. Are you going to sober?
Yeah.
He's going to sober living.
Okay. Well, why don't we just come back and,
yes. Then we'll
July 1st?
July 1st, yes.
Your Honor, one of the things that when we extend the opportunity to someone to keep a case here, we also expect that there's going to be a resolution of the things that we can resolve here, including theft charges, so that he's never entered a plea to that charge. So, we would expect that he either plead to it or we need to set it for trial.
We'll have it resolved on the first, one way or the other, Your Honor, and get everything done that day.
Is that agreeable, Mr.?
Prefer it to be done today, but, I brought this up on December the 15th and March the 8th, and probably somewhere in between that this needed to get resolved.
He's done so well, Your Honor. I'll resolve it with Mr. Hill on the first.
All right, I've got a no plea or trial on CRB case.
At least we can get rid of the felon.
On that day. And preliminary
So we'll
hearing
probably
on
be
resolve.
done. Felony's gone. Felony will be gone. All right, good job.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you. Good job.
I expect compliance. Like, I
State of Ohio versus Amber Mills, who's back in holding, case number CRB 23621, CRB 23556.
Your Honor, Miss Mills was heard in an altercation with her father in the back of the parking lot and advised her father to come tell me that she's not going back to treatment. Josh notified me and we put her back in the back just to see what she wanted to do.
Okay. Sometimes that changes people's attitude. All right, that's my understanding that you made a declaration that you were not going to go to treatment.
I did not say that. I know my dad didn't know how it when you get there because she's going to be about ready to my heartbeat. But, yeah.
Well, I assume we can make
I can get her from here.
arrangements for that, so that's not an excuse, right?
Yeah, well, that's what was said to him, and then he came in here and said, I said I wasn't going to that.
So you are going to get her?
Yes.
Transport's on its way.
All right. She'll be ordered transported to treatment and we'll keep the same hearing date, June 17th. Will be your next hearing at 9 a.m.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Should we release now or release to transport?
Let's release her to transport.
State of Ohio versus Hunter Tooley on the recall, case number CRB 24329, CRA 24378, CRB 23147, CRB 24250.
Tooley's in custody and you able to talk to him?
I was able to speak with him briefly, yes. There was a time a while back, I think the first time you released him from jail, that we tried to do a pre-screening on him via phone, but he was already released on OR bond. And then he was scheduled to come in for a mental health assessment, I believe it was yesterday around 11 a.m. He informed me that he believed that it was next Thursday, which is why he did not show up. I spoke with him, and pending Mr. Sowards and him posting bond, he is going to be getting in contact with us to schedule an actual appointment pending him posting bond.
Okay, so you haven't formally accepted him, but it's possible he'll be accepted, correct?
Correct. We can, at this time, pending certain things, I don't know if inpatient would be a possibility, pending some of the charges and a few other factors, but outpatient services is definitely an option that we could do intensively.
Okay. Well, I'm going to go with your recommendation of the facility. And is the bond been posted?
Not yet, Your Honor.
Okay. He can be released once bond's posted, then you're ordered to contact Mended Reeds as you agreed to do and follow their directions with regard to treatment. And if you don't do that, then I'm going to revoke the bond and we'll go back into custody. So June 14th is the next hearing.
Thank you, Your Honor.
You're welcome.
State of Ohio versus Jeremy J. Kearns, case number CRA 23738, CRB 23739.
We just did Kearns.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Yeah.
Got the order mixed up, my fault. State of Ohio versus Stephen Baldwin, case number CRA 24248.
This is Mr. Sire's case. It's on the preliminary hearing document.
Your Honor, it's my understanding that Mr. Baldwin has been indicted on charges that mirror
the charge pending here, and that at this time the state intends to nullify the charge.
Okay. Is he gonna be continuing as felony, or what's going on?
Yeah. He plans to, Your Honor.
I think that would be his best bet. So does that state agree with that?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, charges here are not.
We'll find out if I'm not your lawyer, if it's somebody else, but if it's somebody else, I'll speak to him, okay?
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Your Honor.
State of Ohio recalls Ryan D. Johnson, case number TRC 23-317, A and B.
Okay, this was on the review docket. So I assume you just got here late? Is that right?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Okay, you have done some community service for the last hearing.
And my wife paid 50 on my fines today. Well, when we got here, she paid. I think it was online, though.
Okay. I'll cancel the warrant that was issued.
Thank you.
I'll set your next hearing in July. Is it better for you Mondays or Fridays?
Fridays, Your Honor.
July 12th is a Friday. Once you finish this, you won't have to come back anymore. July 12th, I'm showing a little less than $800 left in 2 days of community service.
Yes.
Okay.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
State of Ohio versus Kevin E. Conrad, case number TRC 23-1155, A and B.
All right, this is Mr. Stratton's case. Sentencing.
Yeah, pressure on.
Yeah. Good test results, good report on his counseling.
Yeah, very good.
Good report overall. Good job. But I don't see that he's finished.
He'll be completing within the next month.
Okay. So if we came back in a month, he should be completed?
Yes, sir.
Yeah, perfect. Mr. Stratton.
You put stuff on the 1st, Your Honor. Did you want to do July 1st?
Okay, July 1st, we're sentencing.
Come back, should be done.
10 o'clock, July 1st.
State of Ohio versus Linda L. Carpenter, case number TRC 23-1792.
This is Mr. Steyer's case, sentencing.
I got 30 days and we're working on the next 60.
So it's a 90-day program?
Well, it can be, but I'm going to be outpatient.
Okay.
We're working on that.
Okay. Do you have a report or anything?
They didn't give me one.
Okay. Has the court received a report, Your Honor?
From
What's your date?
treatment provider?
Bridges.
Bridges?
In Franklin Furnace.
No.
Okay.
I'll reach out to him. I can reach out to Ryan.
I don't know who that's with. Is that part of TCC?
Yeah.
Okay.
TCC.
Bridges of Scioto County.
Yeah.
Joe.
Not, yeah. Madison County, right?
Right.
If we could take a moment, see if we can get a report, Your Honor.
Call.
Thank you. Have a seat.
State of Ohio recalls Jonathan Harris at the Lawrence County Jail, case number TRC 24-1038, TRC 24-932, CRB 24-278, ABC and D, CRB 23-429, and D.
I've been informed Mr. Harris is contemplated this matter and decided he wants to go back to the deal that was offered?
Yes, Your Honor, I talked to him, we've straightened out all the days and everything else. I believe that he has 39 days, because we established that from these new charges, he came in on May 10th, so he served 21. He got 39 more to do, but the recommendation was 60 days flat, and then he'll deal with community control in the common police court on that matter.
Okay, and there's no representation from the state that they're going to handle any community control sanction in any particular way at this point?
No, Your Honor, my understanding is that, I guess probation, if they decide they want to violate, they file a motion, and then the state would take it up at that point, but.
All right, Mr. Harris, do you agree with what Mr. Smith has said on the record?
Yes, I have.
Okay, so let's start through these and get them completed. So, first I've got a traffic case, 24-1038, and that's I think that's what caused him to get arrested, it looks like. It looks like it's I think it was a sheriff's office citation. We're under states, or maybe it's South Point Village, because it looks like one thing is under village ordinance.
The sheriff was involved, state highway patrol was involved, and maybe.
It's just the sheriff's department.
There's a state charge for driving under suspension. There's some sort of, has to be, a village ordinance says muffler, is all it says, and that number doesn't look familiar to me. I don't.
We can
you want to dismiss that?
Yes.
Or, okay, that's dismissed. That's the B case is dismissed. So the driving under suspension is actually a first-degree misdemeanor. So I'll impose a $50 fine in court costs and 60 days in jail, credit for 21 served. That is the correct number, isn't it? He served 21 so far?
Yes.
Did you say $50 fine?
$50 fine. So he's got 39 days left to serve. All these are going to be concurrent with each other.
Can you please repeat the jail term again?
60 days in jail, nothing suspended, credit for 21.
Okay.
And the next one is TRC 24932. 24932, okay. Well, review here November 27th.
CRD or TRC?
I was going to do TRC 24932.
Okay.
That is an OVI with a refusal. I'll just do the minimum fine, $375. Court costs. 6-month license suspension. That started the day of the incident, May 10th. 60 days in jail. Not suspended. Credit for 21 served. I'll delete the community service and dip school, and this is running concurrent with 24-1038. 24-1038. CRB 24278. Is endangering children. I'll impose a $100 fine on that. Court costs, 60 days in jail, non-suspended credit for 21 served. It's concurrent with his other cases from May 10th. May 10 cases.
Any community service on that?
No. The B case will be the same sentence as the A. The C case was a failure to comply, $100 fine, no court costs as already in the other case, 60 days, 21 credit, concurrent with the other May 10 cases. The D case was resisting arrest, so I'll make it a $100 fine, no cost, 60 days in jail, 21 credit, concurrent with the May 8th, May 10th cases and same review hearing date, November 27th. And then on his old case of 23-429, I guess I'll just set it for, because it sounds like he may be busy for a while, set it for the same review, November 27th, 24. So that should conclude Mr. Harris. So now we're finished at the jail.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you.
So I'm completely done besides my fines that I have?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
You're welcome.
State of Ohio versus Linda L. Carpenter on a recall, case number TRC 23-1792, A and B.
You calling for a report?
Your Honor, they sent me a report earlier in the week in a format that I can open but can't do anything else with. It showed compliance up to that point of Tuesday, but yesterday, I guess, Ms. Carpenter left against staff advice. However, she is willing to return to Bridges, and Bridges is willing to take her back.
Is that the detox or is that different?
It's the next step after detox, but before the 60-day program.
Yes, I spoke to Ryan from TCC, and they are willing to take her back if that's available to the court and Ms. Carpenter.
But I'd like to check into OVP.
She's interested in talking to OVP, and Brianna's not here at this point. Also, I think we run into the same issue, which is, I I thought there was an issue with OVP with your insurance. Or was it OVP willing to take your insurance?
That's changed now.
Oh, okay, because we had an insurance issue previously.
Yeah.
Miss Carpenter is not completely satisfied at Bridges. I told her, that really leaving and then coming here and saying that was not the right path to take, but if that's an issue she has,
My food bar.
and if that's an issue she has, and if they're willing to take her insurance and look at her, I don't know that the court would be opposed to that because the court regularly works with OVP. But again, like I said, usually we like to see that dealt with through the court rather than through individual action.
Yeah.
What's the state's position on it?
We just want her to be successful at treatment.
Can we get Ms. Dement back to?
We can certainly call her and see if we can set something up. Okay.
Just have her talk.
Okay.
Get an assessment with whether.
Thank you.
Okay, I think that's, they sat here all day, that's punishment enough.
State of Ohio versus Brandon Hodge, case number CRB 24308. And State of Ohio versus Kimberly Litchfield, case number CRB 24309.
These were set for trial today, and then I think the main instigator pled guilty when I arraigned him, so he's not here because he already pled guilty.
Yeah, he pled guilty to it. And her and I agreed to drop it on each other because it's not really between us.
And you agree he was the main instigator?
Yes. Yes, and our apartment manager has banned him from our property now, so I'm happy.
What do you say?
Well, we understand the big picture now, and we're okay with dismissing both of these charges.
Okay. Charges are dismissed. You may go in peace. Good luck to you.
Thank you.
Sir, do you have a case that you're waiting on? Or? What's your name?
I'm Jim Campbell. I'm with Linda Carpenter.
He's related to Carpenter.
Okay. All right, that's the only thing we've got left. So I'm going to take a break and we'll come back and finish it up once they get that information. Okay. Court's in recess.